Well, hiya, folks. Automatic here, with the one thing that I swore my channel would never include. But this particular video is not. We're not playing a game. We're talking. We're playing the game of conversation, which is, you know, I don't know. What a profound way to start the stream. I'm Automatic for this stupid channel. I'm joined by some real politicos. Um, Caspa.
Yes.
See, I would describe my political affiliation as Republican. What would you describe your political affiliation as?
I'm sorry, what?
Exactly. Good answer. Good answer. Um, God King Zul. What
Yes.
party do you subscribe to?
I would say that I'm a very independent person.
Perfect. Tex is not around right now, or she's within earshot.
She's still not around.
Well, she's a Democrat, so there you go. The Democrats are. She's hiding. No, she's not hiding. But yeah, we're just shooting the shit. And I probably started. I should have started streaming earlier because the best of our conversation has already happened. The rest of this, I don't know. I don't know what we'll talk about. But it's the midterm elections, and in the background you've got pretty much videos states of the union, different states of the union. And tonight's supposed to be a big red wave, right? I don't know how that's going, but I'm going to try to keep up with it, and we'll talk about it a little bit.
Maybe you could flash it every once in a while.
I could flash,
Mm-hmm.
like show some nudity.
Yeah.
As long as it's
All right.
not me, I'll share. I'll share nude pics. I'm sure
Let me go ahead and provide some for my folder right quick. Hold on.
YouTube
Turn
might ban us
YouTube
for
light.
political discussion, but nude pics that'd probably be okay with them. Let
The
me
content
see.
I've seen, I've definitely seen that to be the case. I've seen some completely nude tribal women and
Oh yeah,
reported and removed videos for for political discussion. So yeah, I've seen that to be the case.
there's that German. It's almost like a Survivor show, but they're naked.
Mm-hmm.
And I've watched it on YouTube, and they're naked, and it's uncensored. And I'm like, how does this pass? Like, how do they do that?
It's ethnic nudity, I guess.
I guess so. That's weird. I don't have I don't know, my thumbnail didn't work.
They said it is art.
Right. So yeah, there in the background, you'll have to forgive me. We just kind of, I don't know. I'm just going to put up as many montages as possible of different states of the union, I guess. But I don't know where to start.
So tell me, what exactly is happening right now?
Let me try to find out where things stand at this moment.
What is
So
a midterm election? What is going on right now?
so this is like the if you got the Super Bowl, then this is kind of the I don't know, it's the other thing. I guess, it's like I guess the presidential elections are the big ones. So far, like what we're seeing is like in terms of the Senate, because like it appears everyone is kind of, I would say that the Democrats have almost conceded the House at this point. But the Senate is really the one that people are worried about. In fact, if you looked at President Biden and President Obama and them on the campaign trail, they've been focusing more on the Senate races. They're not going out there and backing too many congressional candidates. And I think that says everything, right? It's kind of like, well, it's not that they're not going to try, but they're going to try a hell of a lot harder for the Senate. And as it stands, Senate's 100, so you need 51 for a majority. Currently, it looks like the Democrats have 41 secured, 41 seats secured. The Republicans have 43 seats confirmed. So the Republicans are potentially going to take the Senate. What the hell happens if the Republicans win? I know we create a lame duck out of President Biden, but it doesn't reverse inflation, does it? I mean, it pretty much stops the bleeding if inflation is your issue.
No, it doesn't.
You don't think so?
No. They're going to spend all their time impeaching Biden for the next 2 years. Shit won't get done. So if you expect it to fix itself, then okay, maybe it'll get better.
I don't know. Do you think that the Republicans, do you think it'll be a tit for tat thing?
Voters want, that's what they're going to demand. We're going to put Hunter Biden in jail. We're going to impeach Biden 12 different times because he said the wrong word.
But that's what the Democrats have done to the Republicans. So you do think that it's just going to be like, all right, the shoe's on the other foot. Let's return fire.
What about this isn't predictable to you?
I don't know. Well, I think the Senate race is not necessarily predictable, but I don't necessarily. Oh yeah, like impeachments and stuff.
What politicians do instead of actually tackling matters that actually affect people.
Oh yeah.
They dance around and do other shit.
Yeah, they play their petty games
and invest. They're paid to waste time and lose so that corporations can do what the fuck they want and nothing gets done, especially internet laws or regulation and shit they don't want done. You think Google wants to be declared a monopoly? No. They want people bickering over like whether or not Biden farted too loud and needs to be impeached.
Well, do you think that the Republicans will go after Google for antitrust?
Oh, please. That dog and pony show, they're salivating at the mouth for that entertainment.
I don't see them moving to impeach Joe Biden. I don't know why.
I mean, they might not actually do it, but they're going to sit and argue about it for a long-ass time.
Potentially.
I can say that probably would happen.
To be filibuster-proof. They need actually like 52 or 53 to like be filibuster-proof, which is actually the number that matters.
I think you're right about Hunter Biden. I mean, they will go at right now the head of the Judiciary Committee is Jerry
We're going to go
Nadler.
back and do all the investigations that the Democrats didn't want to do, but the Republicans did. We're going to look into voter fraud. We're going to totally throw Hunter Biden in jail. We're going to try to impeach Biden. We're going to do anything but fucking deal with the problems at hand.
I don't think they're wrong.
The same set of shenanigans with just different titles and different fucking drama so that they don't have to fucking fix things. Where's the $15 minimum wage I was promised? Where's the weed legalization I was promised? Hello?
I mean, okay, so right now Jerry Nadler is the head of the Judiciary Committee, right? So he's been kind of the king poopah of like impeachment hearings against Trump, Russian collusion, all that other stuff. Now, if the Republicans take the House, and presumably they will, Jim Jordan will be head of the Judiciary Committee. And he's a fighter for the Republicans, so I don't know. I think you're right. That they'll go after election fraud, they'll go after Hunter Biden. Hell, I don't know. I'm just trying to think what they would run against President Biden for in terms of impeachment.
They don't really need, so they can pretty much make whatever they want illegal and then charge them with it if they want.
Who do you think who do you think is the better party on weed, on marijuana? Or do you think that's kind of a weird niche thing that particular members of both parties are for kind of like
I don't think weed breaks down party lines. I think it breaks down on special interests, aka evangelicals. They're a big fat effing no. But your corporate Republicans, they're like, hells yeah, let's get
Money.
on.
Right.
Let's get in on that money train.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
that's
you've got
like
the Democrats that are on the same thing. You've got Democrats that are like, criminal justice reform. Let's get fucking, low-level drug weed users out of our jails. Let's stop imprisoning everybody for every little thing and spending a shit ton of taxpayer dollars on it. And then you've got the soccer moms that are like, but what if my kid eats an edible and dies? No, we only have organic in this house, no drugs. Those kind of liberals, right? That are like,
Yeah.
like, I don't even want my kid to be near, like, tap water, God forbid.
Or Republicans.
There's those super psycho liberal moms that are like, my kid only eats organic and they're not allowed to have candy or soda. And I don't want my kid getting involved with drugs. Just suburbia moms that have no clue and think it's the devil. And then the evangelicals on the other side. So I don't think it breaks down on party when it comes to marijuana. I think it breaks down into more subgroups.
I think you're right.
absolutely. Absolutely. Because, I mean, even though along the Eastern Coast, you have a lot of states that are pro marijuana. I mean, the top half of the United States and Florida, but in the largely very religious section of like North Carolina, South Carolina, they have no marijuana laws at all.
I mean, you even got Bob Dole being like the fucking
I'm Bob Dole.
spokesperson, marijuana boy.
I am Bob Dole.
Easy boy. When Britney Spears comes on the TV.
Who you would never think, So you can find marijuana support on both sides of the aisle, but
Hi, I'm Bob Dole.
there's definitely the holdouts on the extreme ends, whether it be the psycho soccer moms or the fucking evangelicals that are ruining it for both sides.
Absolutely.
Oh, you know what's funny though, and I don't know, tell me if there's truth to this or not. I do think the Democrats have their own form of evangelical now, which may be kind of what you're speaking to, this holier than thou, righteous, like, the woke mentality that is pretty much very preachy, like, am I wrong or
The liberal soccer mom from suburbia that thinks she's got to be perfect mom and anybody else who's raising their kids any different is evil.
essentially a Karen, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you got your look. This is right. This is wrong. There's no gray area, and I'm going to be the spokesperson who tells everybody what they're doing wrong.
Yeah.
Because the internet has told me what is right, and therefore I must impose that knowledge upon everybody. Because obviously, I don't want my kid hurt by the world. Helicopter parents,
Right. We got a Patrick in the chat, Redfield. Patrick, how you doing? He says, "Hey Otto, are you playing Peanut Farmer 79 tonight?" Because we did have Carter on there for a second. Now it's who's that guy? LBJ maybe. But no, yeah. So I mean, there is a little bit of parity with the evangelicals, and I'm not necessarily defending them on the right. I mean, as like not the most stringent Republican, that's something we have to deal with in our party. Is that on the one hand, I like that the Republicans historically have respected religion, and it's not to say the Democrats totally haven't. But on the other hand, the Jerry Falwells of the world obviously are going to gravitate toward the right, and so that is our, no pun intended, cross the bear, I guess. But like,
have a different evangelical than we used to. Billy Graham supported abortion. He supported Roe v. Wade. Billy Graham
supported abortion?
He supported Roe v. Wade.
Fact check her. Somebody. Quick. No, wait.
Quick. Billy Graham supported Roe v. Wade abortion with restriction, but he supported Roe v. Wade. Not
Really?
this fucking never, not a 10-year-old, not with incest, not with rape bullshit. No, he didn't. Like, I'm telling you right now, evangelical
Yeah.
an extreme turn.
That has been an issue here in Ohio. The 10-year-old that was raped that
We're not even going
left.
to talk about the, ectopic pregnancies, or hey, what if your pregnant wife gets in a car accident and she needs to have surgery to save her life, but that surgery can't happen while she's pregnant?
Well, I
Does she
think
have broken back now for 7 months until the baby's birth? Because they won't abort it even if you get in a car accident. And yeah, that
I think
shit happens, but people
I
don't
think a
think about it.
majority of Republicans do permit exceptions, especially when there's a risk to the mother's life. Now, in terms of like incest, rape, stuff like that, I've heard
You
both
do
arguments.
realize that there are actual states right now voting to outlaw abortion even at the risk of mother's life. Georgia, example.
Yeah, I've seen that going on. That's pretty wild.
And what makes you think they're going to stop? Once they figure out that can happen, you don't think Texas is going to change 6 weeks to nothing? You really think that they're done? The evangelicals are still going hardcore.
So
They're
there may
trying to
be
get rid of Plan
states.
B.
So there may be states. I mean, then again, on the flip side, there have been Democrats that have called for, if the baby is, so to speak, accidentally born, the procedure fails, the baby's born. So now we're going to make the baby comfortable before we kill it. Well, now, if you're pro-life, that's inconceivable. That's insane to the ears of not just an evangelical, but to your average voter on the
When
conservative
has that
side.
ever happened? I've
Well,
never heard ever happening.
Look at the former governor of Virginia, Governor Northam. Said
A baby
just that,
accidentally being born that was aborted? Like, no.
and attempted. Yeah, considering how brutal abortions are, it's hard to believe that a
They
baby
don't
would
have,
survive that.
but our country likes to make them that way as just kind of punishment.
But just that
The
suggestion that the child would be born and then we abort. I'm just saying that's the flip side to.
surgical option, even though a pill is available to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, certainly I'm not against birth control pills. Like,
No, there's an actual abortion pill that you can take up till 16 weeks of pregnancy that will terminate a pregnancy without any surgical intervention.
if you had to compromise with Republicans,
However,
how many weeks would you say?
do not allow that pill, so you have to do the surgical option.
If you were to compromise with Republicans, how many weeks would you say is permittable?
What was wrong with Roe v. Wade the way it was?
I think it was bad law. I'm sorry, I'm quoting Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Being conservative, I kind of want to put more emphasis on the states anyways. In a sense, you can vote with your feet kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that's tough to tell a single teenage mother that, hey, just go to California. I understand that that's borderline an absurd suggestion.
What
But
if
at
her
the
state wants to prosecute her the second she returns back? Because some states are talking about, hey, we don't want, just because we outlawed it here doesn't mean we want you running over to fucking California getting
Right.
back.
That
We're
would
going
be
to
their
prosecute
workaround.
you. If
Yeah.
you come back into Texas and we find out you just did that, we're going to arrest you and prosecute you in the state if you come back.
Honestly, I think there's no question that in some situations the Republicans are going too far with this. They're kind of on with the Dobbs decision, they're going for it. And some of the suggestions that I've heard from the right have been, at least to me personally, way too extreme. That would be one of them. Prosecuting them when they come back to their home state. I certainly think that's ridiculous.
See, I don't think you're actually getting the actual goal of a pro-lifer.
Well, that's up to the state, though.
Like, their goal is not just to eliminate abortion in the state they live in or the neighborhood. They don't want anybody doing it. I mean, they've been killing abortion clinic doctors, and I mean, they're quite fanatical about it. And if you see it from the point of somebody who is in no case should you be able to get abortion, that's killing a baby. Literally, they see it as murder.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be okay to cross state lines to do it. It'd be like saying, hey, slavery is okay in Oklahoma, but it's not okay in Texas. No, they're going to be like, fuck no, fucking Oklahoma. You can't have slavery. I don't care if you are your own state.
Yes, and we don't want to revisit the slavery issues in terms of, like, let's have federal marshals track this person down because they've gone into a free state or whatever. You know what I mean? Where, I don't know. But I think that slavery is an interesting analogy because people that are pro-life, they firmly believe it. Well, I get what you're saying, that won't be satisfactory for them to go to a different state.
Mm-hmm.
It's still murder in their eyes.
Oh, like, yeah.
For instance, I've always thought, like, okay, in rape and incest, that should be an exception. However, I heard somebody say, why should the child pay for the sins of the father? Give the child a chance. And that person said, that is why, in the case of rape, I do think that the child should be brought to term, because that person is convinced that this is murder. And
but see, here's where
though I don't agree
you're
necessarily.
calling it a child when it's actually a fetus, and they're two different things scientifically.
Yeah, that's just it.
Tomato and seed. Would
Depends
you
on what you believe?
Yeah, they're different things, and I would eat one but not the other.
What?
You would eat a fetus?
Yeah.
You are a Democrat.
You gotta fry up that
fetus-eating Democrats.
Slice it up with some garlic and
You know how we were talking about
oh my
noodles earlier?
Yeah, slurping the noodles. Let's see. Redfield says, I think Texas will start to dial it back. I think that's probably true in many cases.
Wait till they start to see how much of a drain on the welfare system it is when all these kids happen with women who can't afford them.
Patrick continues. Let me finish Patrick's real quick. It will not, but hold that thought. It will not be what it was before, but they will start to have common sense laws to cover that. Also, Denise is checking in saying hi. And then Redfield says Rob needs to be on this stream. Well, he should come by and visit. Yeah, sure. But go ahead, Zul. What were you going to say?
What?
He's like, I don't remember.
Bro, I have no idea what I was gonna say.
Tex, do you remember what you were gonna say?
No, about the welfare system. Like, I totally get that. Like what was the comment earlier? You can't legislate human behavior. Like, you have people out here who have children purely for the fact of that kid was an accident. They had to try to keep somebody around. Like, the example like that I live, for example, children who got here accidentally and the person didn't want them. Like, not being able to get an abortion, that's just going to make it happen so frequently now. There's going to be so many kids out there that parent doesn't want them, and you can't force that parent to want them. Like, my kids left, and I haven't seen her in 4 years. And like, she hasn't talked to those kids in over a year. She don't give a shit. Like, she didn't want them, and like, not being able to get an abortion. She talked about that when they were first found out she was gonna have them. She was all like, "How do you feel about that?" And I was all like, "Well, that's up to you, but I'm gonna leave if you do." And as a result, that's why they are here. But she don't want them, and like, there's so many people like that. They have kids by accident. People tell them abortion is bad. And I feel like people should have it because they're going to be shitty parents and they're going to produce shitty kids who are going to have more shitty kids. And it's just going to be a perpetual cycle of like horrible people because they're raised by people who didn't want them because they were forced to have them.
To play devil's advocate on that, like there are plenty
Also
and
proven
plenty of
that a
people that would
politically
adopt, especially in that situation. And think of,
domestic violence will go up. That's been shown in studies that
but if they
it
didn't want the
ain't
child to begin with, why
well,
is not
especially it's not
adoption
necessarily the
viable?
woman, but if let's say the mistress gets pregnant and she can't get rid of it and can't afford to, and husband wants to keep that shit. I hate to say it, but domestic violence numbers always go up.
Yeah,
Violence against women is going to go up by their partners.
it absolutely
It
is.
will. And I'm sorry, I don't know why that is. I mean, we can go into psychology, but
That's
you're
exactly
going
where the
to
problem is
see
at.
a sharp increase in domestic violence against women and
Absolutely.
children.
My
There's
brother
going to
is
be
one of those people.
a lot more children getting abused by parents who don't want them there.
You don't want the kid there. My ex flicked my kids in the eye. She would tell them that they were stupid,
But
annoying. Like, she did not want
And these are
them there.
I feel
in
that, but
America.
that dances around the proposal of adoption. There are people that are adopting foreign kids left and right.
I don't think.
Do you know how much it costs to adopt a child in the United
But
States?
Some
yeah,
of these
you're going to run
families
into
will
the problem.
pay. Some of these
You're
Yeah, but
families
looking at
will
a
pay
minimum of
to adopt.
$50,000
No,
to adopt a
no,
child in the
nope.
United States.
Mm-mm.
It actually is cheaper to adopt a child from, let's say, India or
right.
Malaysia or somewhere because literally the conversion rate of the US dollar and what they're willing to take to get a kid adopt it versus here in the United States, if you got to pay 50 grand for the court, the filing, the lawyers, the processing, and some of that shit you're throwing out there and it may fall through because you don't get approved and that's non-refundable fucking 20 grand up front.
Then I think that's something that they have to reform. Slacker is here. Slacker, he says, "Crap, Denise is here." What? Hey, Slacker, how
So
you doing? And then we got a God's King Zoe. I just realized I'm on Top Chat. Let me see if I missed anything.
are you
Because
you can't adopt. Are you not married? You can't adopt. Are you too old? You can't adopt. Do you
but
not
the,
make more than X amount of dollars a year with a savings and be able to prove that? Do you have a criminal record? You can't adopt.
so would
I
you be
mean, you're
would you be in
eliminating
favor of adoption reform where it does cost less,
it
where a
absolutely
single
already
parent?
needs reform. That's what
I
I'm saying
agree.
is we're about to stress a lot of systems out that are already effing failing.
Mhm.
DPS, welfare,
And I
public
guess
schools.
I
I
guess
mean,
I would
you want to
suggest
stress
that.
these systems? They're already fucking broken.
Yeah, I feel that, but I would also suggest that if somebody truly believes that abortion is murder, then um, then yeah, adoption reform is a much easier monster to tackle.
They put the cart before the horse. They wanted the perfect world before they put everything in place to have that world.
Absolutely.
Well, I think there's
That is
truth to
such a
that.
good ass point, right? That is a perfect statement right there. That
And I'm
they
all for that perfect
yes,
world of no abortion, but we ain't there yet. I'm all for the world
100%.
of no jails, but we ain't there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Denise says, "I think that's Caspa and his wife, right?" Hello, hello. Yes, I'll be your resident Republican. We've got Tex representing. Well, that's ironic. Tex representing the Democrats. Well, no, you had a pretty. Who was the governor of Texas prior to George W. Bush? She was a badass. What the hell was her name?
I came during Governor Perry, who then
Oh, okay.
Governor Abbott.
Abbott. Ugh,
But
that
yeah, so
guy.
you got Tex on the Democratic side. Zool is admittedly on the Brainiac Party side, and Caspa, what party was that?
No comment, non-participant.
Yep.
Casper read a quote earlier that speaks to his position, which I don't know. You might have to read that again at some point. Denise also says that our foster care dash adoption system is not the best.
Amen, Denise.
I can't deny that.
Amen.
Do you think there's something to? Okay, obviously the conservatives have the majority on the Supreme Court right now, and with the economy being in the situation that it is, with pretty much the state of our union not being ideal right now, I think there was certainly some strategy to them overturning Roe versus Wade. And we talked about this earlier briefly, that Democratic strategists were suddenly like, well, this November, it's going to be about abortion, which was short-sighted because as Tex mentioned, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong, that those aren't necessary. It's not the leading kitchen table issue at this time. So it was a very opportunistic move from the conservative side. So do you think they're pushing as hard as they can because of that opportunity?
I think that they're just getting a lot of pressure from their evangelical base for donations for campaigns coming this midterm. I mean, obviously the shit leaked early in March. It didn't actually happen till May, June.
Yeah.
So they were hoping, let's, forget about the leak, that this shit probably wouldn't have hit the news or been talked about till June, July, which would have been right before ramp up of the midterms for campaign money donations for that last month push between August, September. And to me, it sounds like, based off my knowledge after living in DC for 4 years and working in politics, that the evangelicals basically put their foot down and said, we want this, give it to us now, or you're not getting $1 in donations or campaign funding.
I mean,
and they
I could see
said
that.
yes to the money and just fucking took the hit, hoping that their base would hold true no matter what they did.
Oh, Patrick, yes, Ann Richards.
That's my best guess, because otherwise they had to have known they were going to shoot themselves in the foot right before midterm elections, that they couldn't afford to lose. And this is the one issue that probably could have really cost them a lot of votes compared to some of the other issues that they're pushing.
In a fair weather situation, I think you're absolutely right.
And I think that they took the hit when they thought they could get away with it, because midterms are still midterms. You don't want to do that shit before you're presidential. It's almost like it's good to be the loser during the midterms so that you can be the winner come presidential time. Because it's always the person on top of the hill who has something to lose during the midterms. And like I said, it usually goes from one end to the other. If it's Republican held, midterms come up, the Democrats take over, vice versa. So it's almost like the Democrats and the Republicans were fighting each other to be the goddamn losers so that they can come up in 2 years from now and win more during the presidential when it matters more.
Slacker says, I'm a Democrat, but I've got conservative traits. He also says, screw my rights, give me cheap milk and eggs. Yeah, eggs, I mean, when they're running $3 a dozen eggs, that's insane. And bread, yes.
Oh,
You gotta watch out for the bread.
child
That'll put
support.
fat on your waist.
Better be careful where you're spreading that special juice, because child support ain't cheap either.
No.
And I'm fighting for child support starting at 6 weeks and my ability to be in the goddamn carpool lane with my sonogram.
Okay, now you're pushing it way too far.
I get to be in that
carpool
lane. If that's technically a baby and it has rights, I count. I'm in the carpool lane.
Well played.
Food stamps and everything.
That baby has more rights than I do. I don't get to use somebody else's body without their consent.
Nixon Agnew 2024. There you go.
That baby should let me speed as much as I want.
So in terms of, I mean, you mentioned in 2 years. In terms of in 2 years, what the hell are the Democrats going to do? Because, on the one hand, like, President Obama could get out the base. I mean, the man could drum up the base. Donald Trump could drum up his base. Joe Biden doesn't have that charisma, but I think his problems go beyond that. I mean, again, I'm a Republican, but beyond my political affiliation, I think it's plain to see that the administration has issues. So what if I kind of think to myself, if I were a Democrat, what would I want in 2024? How does this work? How do I get President Biden to step aside? And maybe the midterms will do that. Maybe making him a lame duck does that. But then you have Vice President Harris. Do you want Vice President Harris?
His wife will make him step down. I'm pretty sure Biden's wife is the one who's going to make the final call on whether he goes another 4 years.
Yeah.
It's been talked about that, first off, if you didn't know, she's a doctor. So she watches her husband's health like a fox, especially after losing their son to brain cancer. So she knows the toll that this job's taking on him, and he didn't want to run to begin with. He only ran because of Democrats freaking out about Trump and not having a good enough candidate to beat him. But I'm pretty sure Mrs. Biden is going to pull the plug on this shit if she still has a voice. I'm dead certain that if Biden doesn't run, it's because his wife told him no.
Do you think? Okay, well then, what about Kamala Harris? Does she?
She's been MIA for this whole fucking presidency. You literally never see her or hear of her other than people digging out some real fucking like D-roll video of her out of school somewhere saying something lame. But
and then
you're just going to have what you had before.
Laughing.
You're going to have, if Biden doesn't run again, you're going to have 20 Democrats fighting in a battle royale like last time.
So you think that somebody will try to primary him?
She's going to have everybody and their brother also running. It won't matter if Kamala Harris runs. She's going to have 15 competitors.
Oh, yeah. If Biden steps aside, then yes, I absolutely agree. People are going to come out of the woodwork to challenge Harris.
You're going to get Buttigieg. You're going to get maybe Bernie Sanders again. You're going to get... I mean, I don't think Hillary is ever going to run again. I don't
think she can carry a ticket. Personally,
I just whatever. There's been ones in the past who came back, you know, but I just don't think I see that for her. But you're definitely gonna have the Buttigieg. So you're gonna have, the Tulsi Gabbard. You're gonna have. You're just gonna have the 15 or 20. She still has a cult following.
Tulsi Gabbard.
She's got like this little cult following of like social media trolls that literally adore her.
She's campaigning for Republicans. I mean, she left the Democratic Party officially, but she did not join the Republican Party. She says she's an independent, but so I don't know if she'd be on a Republican ticket. You know who? Well, before I get to that,
she could always be a mansion or a cinema. I mean,
that's true.
Trust me, there's plenty of Democrats who vote Republican and still get to be part of the Democrat club.
Well, we got our Romney and Lisa Murkowski, so I feel that. Let me catch up with chat real quick. Zool Auto 2024. Slacker says, wait, pro-life means I gotta pay child support. Denise says, I've been angry since day one with Biden. That's just straight up elder abuse, what they're doing to him.
Elder abuse.
Slacker says that's a ticket. I think that's in reference to Zool Auto. Let's see. First off, free ganja. Second off, I'm God King Zool while in office, not President Zool. Wait a minute, I thought you'd be on the bottom of the ticket, damn it. Odd Noble, good to see you. Bob Dole is Bob Dole still out there? No. We had a Bob Dole here for a second.
Bob Dole's weed.
Bob Dole.
There he is. Bob Dole. That's all he says anymore. Let's see. Kamala blew it. This is Slacker saying, Kamala blew it when Biden gave her the border and she walked. We want Pete Buttigieg in 24. Interesting. Okay. Denise says, my dad said they already found voting fraud at a polling station back home. Also interesting. There's always going to be fraud. It's just how systemic, right?
Or at least claims of it, especially by the loser.
Oh, now,
Yeah.
like Hillary calling Donald Trump an illegitimate. Oh, you're talking about Donald. I see what you're doing. But you see what I did. Let's see. Redfield says your platform can't just be Orange Man bad. I agree, and President Obama pretty much echoed that. But what did he say? That he said that it's like the Republicans are across the street having a party, and we're calling the cops. And he said the Democrats need to stop being buzzkills. But I think he's talking about woke culture more than he is Orange Man bad there.
Freaking
Nonetheless,
culture.
yeah, I think that's what he was touching on.
Such a toxic culture.
Denise says, when I think of Camel, all I can think of is the passage of time on repeat. I know which clips you're talking about. Slacker says, Denise, I could post examples of random Trump supporter fraud in 2020 all night. It's only a small part of our elections. Bob Dole is a flaming liberal in today's GOP. And Bob Dole still can get it up. Down, boy. Bob, can you say down, boy?
Bob Dole invented the sponsorships.
When Britney Spears was on the commercial, I know he said that or Easy Boy or something, but I don't think he was talking
He
about a
had like a
recliner.
Viagra commercial.
Yes, yes, he did. But that one was
That
for
man
Pepsi.
will sell anything for $1. I appreciate that.
I liked Bob Dole. I really did.
I think he was underappreciated.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt.
I bet he was a fun grandpa.
Yeah, I mean, he probably
Bob
got.
Dole seems like a fun pop-up.
Oh yeah.
He's probably the one who lets you take the gun and the golf cart and go around the backyard.
Yeah, he. What war did he fight in? Was that Korea? Where he?
God, I hope it's not Vietnam.
I don't think it was. I think he was too old for Vietnam.
Shit, my dad got drafted for Vietnam. How old is? Come on.
My dad dodged the Vietnam draft. You know how
My
he dodged
dad
it?
got drafted.
He enlisted.
And then he got quickly enrolled in 4 years of college, so my grandma could keep her only child out of that death battle.
Yeah, my dad enlisted because he was afraid he was going to get drafted and thought that he'd get a better deal. Ended up serving 3 tours, but we're getting off track, of course. So, I mean, that's okay, but let's say President Biden stays in. He does want to run in 2024. Do you think anybody has the nerve to primary him? Like, say, like a Gavin Newsom or something like that? Could you envision something like that? People trying to primary the sitting president? I know it's
I
happened
don't think
before,
it would be a
but memory.
corporate Democrat. No way. And I think Gavin Newsom is too much of a corporate Democrat to basically overturn the DNC. The DNC is going to basically say, hey, you ain't going to win shit unless we back you with our donations funding for your campaign. And they're going to protect Biden. So anybody who's willing to work outside the DNC, which there's a few, they would be able to primary, but not Gavin Newsom. That'd be like Nancy Pelosi turning on Biden. Not going to happen.
I kind of see what you're saying, but when the president was in the Middle East, I want to say, maybe Saudi Arabia, Gavin
Not
Newsom
unless his
went to the
numbers are
White House
just
and put on
abysmal.
his
And
robe
I
and
can't
took a
see him
selfie.
running another term if his numbers are abysmal. Like I said, his numbers would have to be absolutely guaranteed to lose against Trump. And then the DNC might panic and say, okay, let's get some more choices, kind of like they did last time, where 20 fucking million people were running until finally Biden proved themselves out in the primaries and they felt more confident backing him, because at that point they didn't care as long as they could beat Trump, and they were going to take who they thought could beat Trump. But if they think Biden can't do that again, they'll bail on his ass and they'll back somebody else because they only care about beating Trump.
If memory serves, I want to say in 2016 we had 18 candidates on the Republican side. Initially, right? I mean, you whittle it down.
I think the Republicans thinned out to a smaller group faster than the Democrats, though. I don't know
I
why.
think that's right, yeah. Well, we had the governor of Ohio at the time, John Kasich, stayed on. He's pretty much a Democrat now, which makes me question his convictions, right? Like, I don't like to see that on either side of the aisle. When you preach
just
one thing your
sometimes
entire
think
life and then it's any way the wind blows, when, you know what I'm saying? Like,
the Republicans are just more team players on those kind of things. Like I said, when it comes down to vote time, you can say whatever the hell you want on Fox and yell at us and say we're a bunch of whatever, but vote time, you got to come with the party. And the same thing when it comes down to the primaries. They're a little bit more of team players on the Republican side, where the Democrats, you got every flavor and they don't get along. You got the libertarians, you've got the progressives, you got the Green Party, climate activists, the corporates, the more Republican flavored because I'm a Democrat in Arizona types.
yeah.
And they don't like each other and they don't fucking get along. And they
We're
won't fucking buckle and play with the team when it comes time to count.
the Joe Manchins of the party.
Even then, you got the AOCs, and then you got the like Rokanas, and then you got like the crazies. There's just way more of a stretch on that side. The Republicans seem to be able to at least come together when it matters, for the vote, and then they go back to talking shit about each other later.
I mean, yeah, to some extent.
It's
I
kind of like
agree, but-
siblings. I'm allowed to beat on you all day long, but if our neighbor tries to do it, I'm going to kick their ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
no, it makes
fucking
sense.
hate you. You're my brother. I'm going to beat up on you. I'm going to slam your hand in the car door. I'm going to trip you down the stairs. I'm going to spit on your food. But if my fucking friends down the street try to do it, I'm going to kick their ass.
I mean, I do think the Republicans will cannibalize their own. Hold on one second. Odd Noble
but if you
says, I
turn
didn't
on
even
blood,
think...
You're out. You're a Liz Cheney, or you're
Right.
going to be...
Hold that thought. Let's discuss that in a second here. Odd Noble says, I didn't even think Bob was still alive.
Right.
Slacker says he's not noble, but he can still get it up. I mean, he is a stiff. I gotta stop. That's
I believe the
too
Viagra
soon.
keeps him perfectly
Yes.
preserved.
Slacker suggests that Gavin is too damaged. Expanding on that, he says Newsom is too liberal. Pete Buttigieg would be immune to much of the right's propaganda. Interesting.
He can do a mock interview.
Yeah. Phoenix says Trump says he has a big announcement on November. Yeah, on Tuesday he's gonna announce that he's running for president. Yeah.
Right. No surprise.
Slacker says he's going to run again, Denise, but
today.
mark my word, no way DeSantis will wait. It's going to be an epic war between them. Oh, yeah, yes, that's going to be an interesting thing to watch. Neither one is going to back down. Neither one is obviously going to be the other's vice president. There's a fight brewing on the Republican side between DeSantis and Trump. Who takes it?
They
I
did
don't
a
know.
lot of interviews, and most of the people in Florida said they would back Trump before they would back DeSantis, even though they like DeSantis. They still go Trump first, DeSantis second.
I would say DeSantis should still run.
A lot of them still think that they can have Trump and DeSantis on the same ticket, but that's not allowed.
I don't think. Oh, that's not allowed because they're both Florida residents.
Nope, he can't. So it's got to be one or the other. Only one may live.
Could
Death battle.
Could one of them carpet bag? You know what I mean? Like maybe Trump sets up permanent residence in New York
before a certain date, and that would be really hard for the acting governor DeSantis to do. I mean, technically Trump could,
That's
but
true.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Yeah, chances are the governor of Florida is not going to move to New York and declare himself a New York citizen.
I've hit up my Floridian way.
Because plenty of politicians actually will do that. You saw Hillary basically set up residence in New York so that she could run for the Senate there before making her presidential run. Then you also see the same thing happen with Dr. Oz, who's technically lived in New Jersey most of his life, but because of the politics, it was an easier chance of winning in Pennsylvania. So he set up residency there just a couple of years ago so he could do this specifically. Just like corporations will set up in Dublin, Ireland, or in Delaware to avoid taxes. Same thing.
You know what I can't remember is when the last time I checked in on chat, I said hold that thought because it's something that we should talk about. I don't remember what it was. I don't, no idea. I guess on that note, since it was the response was silence, it's like everybody's like, I have no idea either. Slacker says he's going to run again, Denise, but mark my word, no way to say. Oh no, I already read that. Slacker says Ron wants no part of another Trump circus, and Sex Find says best adult dating site, and then Sex Find also says best adult dating site. Wait for it. Sex Find also says best adult dating site. And
Look at you bots.
Yeah.
Right. That's a sign of popularity right there. Those
I
bots.
told you the algorithms would work.
Right?
I'm about to make them a moderator. Has anybody ever done that? Thanks, Denise. Yeah, but the DeSantis. Do you remember Eric? Was it Andrew Yang or Eric Yang? Andrew Yang, right?
Andrew.
Well, what was up with that guy? Is he still a Democrat?
I think he moved around because he wanted to run for New York.
I thought
he was a Democrat, right?
Yeah.
I wonder where
he
Andrew
did run as
Cuomo is hiding out.
Not the old people's home, although I hear he cleared it out. Chris?
What is it? Chris Cuomo is doing a podcast now, but I haven't heard anything.
He's also on News Nation, I think now. Chris Cuomo. I want to say he is.
He might be.
Scored himself another gig. Hey, in other news, was it CNBC got rid of Shepard Smith? No one cares.
I just haven't seen him. He's still like underground hiding, doing his year timeout before he tries to make his way back into politics. I think it's only a matter of time. He'll try to run again. That man is a career politician. He does not know what to do with himself.
You think?
Oh, God, yes. Andrew Cuomo lives, eats, breathes politics and needs to be the center of attention. It wasn't just about the money for him because he could have checked out and made plenty more money outside the public eye. But
I thought he'd be like a Governor Spitzer, you know? All these guys, they do something atrocious and then it's like, hey, I'm going to be a contributor on MSNBC or CNN now. You know, it's like, they don't. It's almost like bringing Jeffrey Toobin back. They don't care.
They all do it. There were a couple of people who left Fox after the O'Reilly thing and went over to like CNN and MSNBC.
Yeah.
What is it? Kelly Conroe, the blonde chick who was the Trump like spokesperson for a while. Like her husband, hardcore Republican, started the Lincoln Project. Like he's a main contributor on CNN.
Oh wow. Huh.
He hates Trump. Which is hilarious because his wife worked for him as like the right-hand woman of like his PR team.
You just jogged my memory.
A fly on the wall in that household between the anti-Trump husband and the Trump-loving wife, both working in politics and on the news. Their daughter was like on TikTok, and she was really ragging on her mom for being a Trump supporter too.
You just jogged my memory because I had mentioned Republicans cannibalizing their own. As much as Democrats go after each other, it's like even here in Ohio, Governor DeWine, who is probably winning tonight, but because of the way he governed during COVID, there are Republicans that are upset with him. I know of some Democrats that are giving him a sympathy vote because they think he did fine and think it's kind of absurd that the Republicans want him out. Nonetheless, I do think he's going to win, but like, you know, I would look at the way that the Trump administration treated the Bush administration. I would call that cannibalizing their own. You brought up Liz Cheney, another perfect example of Republicans. Well, then again, she turned on. It was kind of like you backed the wrong horse, you know.
Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney, the Speaker of the House, Ryan. Like I said, if they went against Trump, they got ousted. It may have taken a little bit of time for them to oust them, depending on their position and how much power they had, but they found a way to get out quite a few people of power who decided. I think the only one who I've seen kind of survive that is Mitch McConnell.
Oh man, are you as fond of Nancy Pelosi as I am of Mitch McConnell?
I don't like Mitch or Nancy.
Right,
I think
right.
both of them are what I call the career politicians who literally know how to survive anything, even if it entails killing their own young.
Yeah,
Those guys know how to survive any political climate. And trust me, the way they do it is not always nice, especially if they, like I said, they will
Oh,
sell their
right.
own child into slavery to keep power. Both Mitch and Nancy.
and it does appear that if the projections are correct and the Republicans take the House, which all indicators say that they will, that's the end of Nancy Pelosi serving as Speaker. I believe, is it Kevin McCarthy that would replace her? I think
In the
so.
House or the
Yeah,
Senate?
I think in the House he would become Speaker.
In the House, it would be McCarthy, yeah.
And then who's the other one? Steve Scalise would be majority, which I never understand why you have a Speaker and a majority leader. In the House, anyways. I understand why you'd have one in the Senate, but
Because they actually have different jobs to do on the
You're- yeah.
floor. And when it comes to like voting and calling order and doing the Robertson's rules, all that, you have to have two different people doing those roles. For
That's
example,
fair.
like you can't make a motion and then second your own motion. In a lot of cases, they have to have two different people do that. Like in abbreviated Robertson's rules, you're allowed to second your own motion, but in most cases with like Congress and the Senate, they're not allowed to second their own motion. Somebody else has to do it.
That makes sense, yeah.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah. So basically, it comes down to what roles and jobs and basically checks and balance that are set up to keep them as separate positions. Mainly because of check and balance. Because Speaker of the House is actually supposed to be more of the middle of the road than the majority. And because of her position having to be neutral at times, quote unquote neutral.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't in theory, there are times when the Speaker of the House has to act as a neutral party, whereas the majority does not, and you need to always keep that check and balance where two parties each have a majority and then another one a minority, but the Speaker of the House has to be a separate role to keep that neutrality.
Unbiased.
I've got to catch up real quick. Slacker says liberals piss me off. Tony says, "Where's Rob?" He's probably watching election coverage.
I know, right?
Yeah. Phoenix says, "Eric, you should jump in the live chat with him." He responds, "I'm too drunk, Denise." I appreciate your self-awareness, Slacker, because that's one thing. Like we don't want, because hey, when I'm drunk, I'd be dominating this conversation like nobody's business, and that's the fear of bringing too many folks in. You know what I'm saying? It's not that folks aren't welcome; they are, but don't be surprised if we cut you off politely at first. He says, plus he's got two other things going on. Wait, a drunk person multitasking? Slacker says, Liz voted with Trump, with Trump's position over 90% of the time. He is just being brave. Denise says, Nancy Pelosi is Skeletor. Timeouts on the bots don't work. Thanks, Tony.
No, you want to know who Skeletor is? Feinstein.
Dianne Feinstein is. She is
Feinstein is
still in
my.
office.
I mean, Nancy Pelosi is definitely bird-like. Like she's very much of a bird, little frail thing. But Feinstein has some motor control issues.
I don't know if Pelosi. Yes,
God, I
she
think
appears frail,
Feinstein.
but I think she is. She's
Oh,
a
that
freaking
bitch is
gladiator.
hardcore.
Yeah,
Ice Queen.
I will give her that. And in all due respect for, I mean, she's the first female speaker, isn't she? And has served
Yeah.
for quite a long time. So I do have to give her credit for that, even though I disagree with her completely. Let's see. Slacker says, "No, Tony, I'm kind of drunk. Just moderating a couple Facebook pages. Gotcha. But yeah, Liz Cheney. And we discussed this a little bit earlier too. Full disclosure. But yeah, I think to some extent that you backed the wrong horse kind of deal. Like especially under Donald Trump, if you crossed him. I'm not saying he had to grovel to get back in his good graces. I don't know how Ted Cruz did it. I don't even know if he is in Trump's good graces, but
No, he's not.
you don't think so?
I mean, he's not going out and bashing him publicly, but trust me, he ain't getting any invites or favors or getting any kind of like, Trump, is, backing him. No, he's literally getting ignored, which is the best he could hope for.
Then you should get drunk too, Otto. That would help my argument. Not that there's an argument. That's what I appreciate, is that neither the representative from the Brainiac Party or the Democratic Party or Bob Dole himself.
Bob Dole.
none of them are getting hostile.
I
we
support
need Bob
Viagra.
to weigh in here.
Yeah, we do need Bob Dole to weigh in.
Bob Dole. Come on, Bob.
Come on, Bob. Somebody rouse Bob.
We need an AI version of Bob Dole to come back and tell us what to do.
Oh man, we need an AI Ronald Reagan.
Do you think it'll get to a point where we can have an AI president?
Oh no!
I would support that.
That sounds like a Zool thing. I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
Zool, please expound on that. I'm gonna go puke. I'll be right back. Honestly.
Like we could take a Bob Dole and mix it in with a little Bill Clinton and just a touch of like Obama in the programming and come up with like AI president.
Right, in personality, he have a touch of all those people's personalities.
Like basically the American public vote, and based off our vote, literally that like creates the percentage of ingredients in our president, and we have an AI president based off that.
That is very interesting. I feel like that would be a very
like we could have like a
interesting-
30% like Republican, 40% Democrat, like 10% Green, like literally like program in the diversity of America's like voting for that year, and like program the AI to be like, okay, well on these issues America's leading more like this. We're gonna program that in, and just have an AI president. And then it decides we need to go to nuclear war with like fucking like Colombia.
Right, would we listen to it? That's a wild thing.
Knows what to do, supposedly. It's
Right.
like
But what if it was right? Like, yo, we need to do this right now.
And we're like, oh no. And then come to find out like a year later, the most deadliest fucking virus was like discovered there, and we could have nuked it.
Only you guys had listened to me and blew them sky high. This was
right. The AI was trying to save us, but we're like, no, crazy AI, we're not going to nuke this random country. Like, no AI, bad AI, bad. And then like 2 years down the road, we find out like the most evil dictator, Antichrist, took over that country, and we could have like nipped that in the bud.
Right. Yeah.
Like if the AI is like, we need to kill this little baby called Adolf Hitler. And we're like, no AI, bad AI. We don't kill babies. No, bad AI. and we could have like stopped the Holocaust. Like,
He had a 98.6% chance of becoming a sociopath.
right?
And be like, oh, he did. You should have done it.
So I don't know. Like,
Well,
literally, I
would
think we
people
have the
execute that
means
science, though?
to
That's the problem.
program an AI like president, but I don't think we would be smart enough to listen to it. I think we would still hate it and be like, our president AI sucks.
We would, even if somebody had that level of
Like, I think that like the AI president would still have a disapproval of like more
right.
than 30%.
Oh, absolutely. If it ever felt like it was ever too
Make it
inhuman,
feel
they would have
better.
a bad disapproval rating.
The robot president.
Yeah, like they wouldn't want to listen to it. Like they'd be like, this thing
I
is just obviously doesn't know what it's talking about.
Like, we
I
still could program the perfect AI president and it would still get like huge disapproval ratings and nobody would listen to it.
I'm sure Elon Musk would develop one for us. Okay. Let's see. Slacker says Pelosi was
Willing
looking
to
for
pay
Donald to
$8
kick
a month
his
to be
ass
there.
on. Yeah, Slacker says Pelosi was looking for Donald to kick his ass on January 6th, while the rest were hiding in closets. Somehow I believe that, and I'm scared of that. Phoenix says Ronald Reagan was the president of my childhood. Yeah, I was born in '77, so Reagan. Man, I'll tell you what. My mom comes from a highly democratic family. Her father was the campaign manager for John Glenn when he made his run for Senate. He lost, but don't hold it against my grandfather. But the one time she voted Republican was she voted for Reagan, and I think she voted for him twice. I mean, am I wrong? Did he carry 49 states or 50? I mean, like it was a washout. But I mean, obviously that's charisma, and I mean, it shows what
That's
charisma
it for being an
can do for
actor
you.
of B-rated Western movies.
Yeah, well, that's quite a step up. You know, quite a step up.
He married.
He married. Yeah, well, he was twice married, wasn't he?
I don't know much about his first, but yeah, Nancy, her family had money.
Oh yeah.
Came from a political background. They groomed that boy. They found a pretty boy who looked like a man's man, and they groomed the fuck out of him for Nancy.
The Senate race is tightening. The Democrats have secured 44 seats against the Republicans 45, and I'm surprised to see Herschel Walker's performing as well as he is in Georgia.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking
Wasn't doing
at 49%.
That would be a shit show.
That's interesting. We also got did somebody join? Is that a slacker? How do I bring up Discord?
Oh, sorry guys. It's Rick.
Oh, hey Rick, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just saw you guys were on. Thought I would just jump in.
Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to chime in anytime we strike a chord or anything. Yeah, awesome. So there we go, folks. Yeah, what party would you be affiliated with, if any?
I'm more independent.
Excellent. Then we got Zool from the Brainiac Party. We got Caspa who checked out. Tex Democrat. Myself Republican. So fair representation here, I think. Not. Wait, was that Bob Dole?
Bob Dole died.
Bob Dole.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
Casey keeps trying to run face first into the catapults.
Huh. That's not good for your health, I don't think. But if you get up on them, infantry can really disrupt artillery.
That
guy looked like he didn't even know where he was.
Let me check chat. Denise says 1977, baby here as well. True, many people didn't know Ronald Reagan was an actor. This is so weird. The comments still aren't showing up. Have you switched to live chat? I assume you have.
I have been to the Ronald Reagan Presidential Museum in Simi Valley, California.
I would like to visit that. Slacker, by the way, says hi, Rick.
He got
Oh,
an Air Force
hello.
One, part of one.
Yeah, the plane's there, or wait, did you
Yeah.
say part
Remember
of
when they
it?
had to shut traffic down? It fucked up the freeways in my commute for a whole week.
Well,
Oh wow.
Motherfuckers. And when he died, that was another procession that caused a master clusterfuck because they did a funeral at his presidential museum there.
now where is that? Is that in Sacramento or?
No, Simi Valley is about 45 minutes north of Los Angeles, kind of near the San Fernando Valley. That's where the tiger got loose, and they had to, and the California Highway Patrol had to shoot it. Is like maybe a mile, 2 miles from where his museum is. It's kind of near Moore Park. It's right off the 23 in Moore Park. So it's not too far from where the Kobe Bryant helicopter crashed. It's actually kind of those hills. They also filmed MASH in the hills where Kobe Bryant's helicopter went down.
Was it Korean artillery that shot down the chopper?
It may have been. They still have some of the old props and shit up there. It's in the Santa Monica Mountains. And yeah, they filmed a lot of the scenes for MASH up in the Santa Monica Mountains there. And they still have a lot of the set props and shit. Or they did. I don't know if they got burnt on the last wildfire, but some of them were up there.
So I gotta ask. Okay, so I think everybody could go around and try to answer this. In terms of the sitting president, can you give me a positive? I mean, being the Republican, can you tell me something that you're glad he did? There has got to be something. And if I'm springing this question on you too quickly, I understand. We can revisit it, but I think that kind of says something on its own, right? Is there something?
A positive from Joe Biden?
Yes.
Student debt forgiveness.
Oh yeah.
Oh. See, I don't look
That's
at
a
that
big
as a
one.
positive. I think to myself, well, then why didn't I should just get money then because we paid off our debt.
Okay, that's a good point.
Or
But
what
you
about the people that didn't go because they
inflation under control, correct?
Yes, but now how does student loan forgiveness help that though?
Having a lot of people not having to pay 200, 300, who knows what it is, every month to a student loan allows them to free up that cash and spend it elsewhere in the economy where it actually helps. Money sitting in a bank, which is what banks do with student loan payments. Trust me, the banks are our friends when it comes to the economy a lot of times. Look what they did in 2008 to the housing market. And a lot of that shit, they still want to pull off if they can get away with it. So when you release a bunch of people from debt, they're able to go now buy houses because they don't have student debt hanging over them. Or they're able to spend that money on a new car with a car payment.
But that would have to
That
be
actually
substantial.
increases the economy and booms the economy very much like a stimulus check. Instead of getting a stimulus check, now you're going to getting an extra $200 a month or whatever your loan payment used to be, or the reduction in that loan payment, lowering your monthly payment to something to free up extra cash. And the money that those people get booms the economy more than basically giving a handout to a bank where that money doesn't get put back into the economy in the same way. Kind of like when you give companies all these tax breaks and instead of handing it down to their workers in the trickle down economy effect, they go and buy a bunch of stock buybacks and give bonuses to their CEOs. That doesn't actually help the economy.
But isn't there
Giving
an argument to be
everybody
made that the stimulus checks helped put us in
a
this situation?
raise. Right, but you're talking about money that isn't backed. There's a difference. There's a difference when the government pays money, and there's a difference when a bank pays money and they're printing their own shit.
I pay money.
Thanks,
I
Bob.
mean, you can get into the microeconomics of it, but I'm trying to stick to the macro.
Okay, you would suggest that. Zool, do you have anything about the sitting president that you are impressed with?
Mm,
And you can always say Skip.
no, I was gonna say the student loan forgiveness. That was a fantastic thing because I qualified for that, and I had about $7,000 worth of payments and debt, and like she said, is that versus paying it back instead, that frees up the money for me to basically put it back into the economy, because it isn't like I'm gonna save it or move up out of my tax bracket if they give me that money back versus it going to loan payments, but I can use it for further consumerism.
Okay. Rick, do you
I
have
like that we
anything?
got out of Afghanistan, but not how we did it.
Not how we did it, right?
But I do like the fact that we are reducing our military footprint.
Rick, do you have anything to add to that in terms of anything you're impressed with this administration?
Not really. I did vote for the guy, and I am really not impressed.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't think.
Were you
You're
looking
right.
to be impressed, though?
Well, yeah. I mean, I was actually, but I think what's got me is trying to fight inflation by raising the interest, the basis points for the interest.
That's not a government thing. That's a Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve isn't a government.
It is a
Well,
government, but it acts
no,
independently of
it
the
is. Federal Reserve is, I understand, it's not attached to the government. But me being unemployed, every time that is raised, however many basis points, I get turned down for jobs because there's no longer any money sitting in the companies because they're using their money out of their hiring budget to pay do their debt service. So,
Interesting.
I mean, look at it. I mean, a company. I'm an accountant, so look at it. Look at it at a company. All right. So a company's got to find money somewhere to pay its debt service, principal and interest, and a lot of these loans that are out there are variable rates. So as the rates go up, the debt service goes up. Thus, the company itself, if it's on not on an incline in making money, but just staying steady, which pretty much the economy is saying that, then they have less money to spend on hiring people. So instead of going to say manufacturing, well, they can't reduce manufacturing, or going over here to some other place where they can't reduce. The easiest place to reduce money is in HR and hiring people. So where they may have had budgeted 100 people, maybe now they only have budgeted 20.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing it all the time on a daily basis. I've been looking for a job for 5 months. And
Wow.
and I'm an accountant with over 35 years experience under my belt.
Yeah.
And no one wants to hire me.
That bodes poorly for the rest of us that are looking for consistent
I've
work.
been seeing that coming a long time. I remember back in the early 2000s, I worked with a girl who had a microbiology degree, and she's at the same job that I was at. And there was a few people there who had the same degrees, and they had the same problem. They couldn't find work. And this
Mhm.
was a long time ago, and I've seen it happen over and over. I can't get a job. I can't get a job.
Okay,
and
apologies. I'm going to
you know,
catch up with chat real quick. Apologies. Sorry to cut in.
no, you're
Slacker says, independent. We have to we have to disclose our sexual preferences here. Yes, Slacker, you do. And in any of my streams, I would prefer that you disclose your sexual preference. But Slacker, between you and me and everyone else that's listening, whatever yours is, that's mine too, buddy. And then let's see. Denise says, "Hello, Rick."
Hi,
Well, she's
Denise.
actually she said hi. I don't know why I had to flower it up there. Uh, infrastructure. This is Slacker. Infrastructure. Get those shitty West Virginia Fallout 76 roads fixed. Thank you, Joe. Um, Denise says, not if they have 100K in loans. 20K help from Biden doesn't really help. Fair. Slacker says the stimulus theory don't hold water when inflation is global. Also a fair argument. But I would still say that, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. Well, not yet. I have to finish chat first. But I would still submit that stimulus doesn't help. But anyway, Denise says, my loans are 40K, so 20K helps a little, but I still owe. But there's a huge story behind my student loan debt. Slacker says, Kamala is a big disappointment. Denise says, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, just being realistic. Slacker says, the Fed is either wrong or right. We will find out. He also says student loans are predatory. I can't argue with that. Also, against veterans also. A couple more comments. Denise says, still trying to extract positives in maintaining my mantra of grateful, thankful, and blessed. They're so powerful, Eric. They can garnish your Social Security. That's just crazy. Yeah, still trying to extract positives. Speaking of which, Caspa, any positives on this administration from your perspective? Excellent point. Go on.
Cool.
I heard a sigh.
It toned down to me the view of America.
The vitriol hate that was coming from other countries toward our president.
And just that, like I hate to say it,
The tension.
Because like you said, we talked about earlier, I'm neither a liberal or conservative. Like,
right.
I have very traditional values, but I'm very liberal in my thinking, But like Trump, no matter the good things or the bad things that he did, other countries looked at us and they laughed.
Yep.
He shoved Montenegro over during the G7 summit.
No. I don't even want to give any examples. But like, me and Tex know people from other countries.
Oh yeah.
And we would talk to them on a regular basis, and they'd be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? like what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you?"
Stop embarrassing yourselves, almost.
And it wasn't so much about policies.
No, it was his language.
Social conduct.
Yes.
Like acting like a buffoon in front of the Queen of England or some stupid shit that had nothing to do with policy.
And so the major positive is, which now that I think about it, isn't all that great because he's kind of a clown himself now because he's just so fucking old.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of follows the other world leaders around.
The oldest person ever to be president.
No.
But just like, he's wore out,
I think it'd only be fair to go ahead.
Like, he may have these great ideas and he may have great policies.
Yeah, great ideas.
Maybe he doesn't, or maybe he does. That's not what I'm talking about.
Hell, man, you don't know. When I was coming up, I had to deal with corn pop. I had a great idea. I swung around a chain and I scared him away. No?
He probably has a really awesome Easter egg
Like,
roll.
he's probably
Well,
awesome,
in the Rose Garden.
great dude. and he means the fucking best.
He's the only president willing to dress up as the bunny.
But what so the best thing I brought is back down to somewhat normality.
As far as like, I think it's only fair that I submit my like what can I glean from this presidency that's positive. And having said that, I'm going to skip. I'm sorry. Look, I'm a Republican, and it's not just partisan politics from my perspective. It's
Let me throw this
Go
out
ahead.
for a second.
Yeah.
My father is a staunch Democrat. He's always been a Democrat. He's 90 years old. He's always been
Wow.
a Democrat.
Mm.
And he has very bad things to say about Biden.
Oh wow.
I don't really like Biden. I mean, yeah, I could pick some stuff he's done, but I could pick a shit ton of stuff he's done wrong too.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's saying something.
The positive
when
I know it's going to hurt
someone
all you
is coming
Obama.
from 90 years old and then, saying that he really hasn't done anything.
I think Biden's years was when he was with Obama.
Exactly.
Well,
He's
I mean,
a good hype man for the Obama.
That is
Right, wingman, not main man.
well, I mean, you're a tiebreaker at
He's
that point.
most effective.
You're the vice president.
Obama was his corn pop, and he was a good hype man.
You're damn right. That's the facts, Jack. That's a real deal, Shaquille O'Neal.
He's the one who kept the White House Christmas party entertaining.
But
So that's interesting. So a lifelong Democrat.
Oh no, Biden was horrible. He had like some of the worst fucking voting records back in the fucking 80s when it came to crime.
The crime
and, like,
bill,
busting
sure.
Students. He was racist. He was sexist. He basically was the white man
he
nightmare.
likes to sniff hair.
Oh my god.
Well, now
That's
who
just
doesn't?
weird old man, creepy, harmless shit.
I like to sniff. I'd
rather have somebody
hair.
sniff my hair than grab
Sure.
my pussy. If I had to choose,
I'm sorry?
what
I'm
the
sorry?
old white did.
Tex, could you
I would
repeat
rather
that
have
for
a
the
sniff
cameras?
in
He
the hair
really wanted to be
than an
repeated.
old creepy man grab my pussy. Thank
No,
you.
Yep,
But
there you
he
go.
never did that. He just suggested it in a.
He's saying that because of every day when I come home from work.
Yeah. No,
Okay, I'm gonna catch up with chat.
That was not a reference to any politician. That's just my personal
She was just giving me info. for
like
when I come home from
abuse
work.
that I
Okay.
deal with. That's my
She's
own
like,
DV.
"Dad, you should sniff my hair instead of,
Instead of
Yeah.
grabbing the old.
Yeah.
Grabbing the old
Yeah, I just kind of petered out there.
Or I'm opening the oven
Yeah.
with like oven mitts on.
I gotta catch up with chat again. Slacker says no, stimulus didn't help. Anything that adds to debt.
Yeah, what did the stimulus you gave me $1,200. What does that do to me?
I don't know. Ask Trump. He's the one
know
who
what that
did
did?
stimulus.
More consumerism.
That allowed me to have one party.
Well, I mean, both parties. Well, yes,
That's
Trump
not
was
true.
the
Your
president. He
baby
signed off
got
on it. He
benefit.
encouraged it. Okay, let me catch up here. Phoenix says,
What?
oh well, Slacker says Denise, student loan collectors have too much power. Denise says, I feel like Biden doesn't give off a strong stance, so it makes us look weak. But again, he's being forced to do a job he didn't want to begin with. Slacker says, smug, self-entitled elitists usually piss people off. It's funny how that works. Denise says, hey now, don't be a dog-faced pony. Don't be a dog-faced pony soldier. I mean, I think my Biden impression sucks, but I do it anyway. Hey, Judah, we got a Judah out there. Judah says, not a Trumper, but loved his policies. Biden has done nothing for me. My gas is up. My food is up. The wars are up. Our debt is up. Our armed forces are down. Our crime is up.
The question is, would that have been the same for anyone, though?
It would have.
No, I disagree. I think trying to wean us off of oil, not even wean us, trying to just like stop cold turkey was a hell of a thing to kick off on. Now, he couldn't have anticipated, well, I don't know if he could have anticipated what was brewing in Eastern Europe, but anyhow, that's just my
started in
2 cents.
2014 with Crimea. So yeah, they all knew it was coming.
I mean, but then there was a large hiatus, was there not? I mean, you could technically say it started in 2008 with Georgia.
Anybody in the Foreign Service or the State Department.
I don't need to. I mean,
it's not World War III.
No, it's not.
But
they're
couldn't
not
you
using
say
anything, and it's not even involving anyone other than Russia and Ukraine, because we are intent on not making it World War III.
I
But in
thought
a-
that we were
Cost
shipping
of
nukes over there.
gas at $6 a gallon.
The world is intent on not.
Weren't they
Yeah,
shipping
and
nukes
we ain't
there?
going against everybody else to do that. No,
But-
we're not.
But so you just suggested that they did see the writing on the wall. So what a terrible time to like block the Keystone pipeline, but just block pipelines willy nilly. And I don't know. I think it was a very careless, politically motivated move that appeased his base. Well, maybe not even his base. I'd almost suggest appease the fringe, but I might be wrong.
I think these Americans in general, like frankly, Democrats don't want to be beholden to Russia or China. However, we see working with the rest of the world as a better option than being the sole leader of
Like,
it.
I think
But
what
we
she's trying
are
to
de
say that
facto.
even as the person that advocated for the pipeline, you can be like, well, we saved indigenous land.
Like literally, do we have to take the pipeline straight through the fucking Indian reservation just to prove a point?
I mean,
Like, can't we go around it if we're the most rich
No.
country in the
No,
world?
but
Can't
what
we
sucks-
just
Are we-
make some
what sucks
concessions?
is, yeah, they kind of do have to take it through there.
Could we not offer jobs to the Sioux Nation?
Or can we at least put things in
I mean-
place, kind of like the cart before the horse, and make sure that oil companies aren't self-regulating themselves when it comes to safety against spills? Let's have another, Deepwater Horizon, a Valdez oil spill, a Deepwater, come on, they self-regulate, and some
if-
of their forms are laughable. They're putting penguins as endangered animals for the Gulf fucking drilling form.
I mean,
That's
look,
how that is.
this is going to sound harsh, but I saw Dances with Wolves, and it was a tearjerker. But if we want to appease the Sioux, we need to give them the Black Hills back. A
Yep.
pipeline going through the reservation, to me, that's almost tantamount to like renaming the Cleveland Indians the Guardians. The Sioux weren't lobbying for that. It was a bunch of white folks that decided to lobby for it. I don't know. I just feel like they have a bigger qualm with our federal government than that. I know there were protesters. I don't claim to be an expert on it, but I still go back to my point was
I
that
think it's more
declaring
the
war
slap.
on oil and mining and fracking, I think it was the wrong approach right out the gate.
Like I said, I think it's more of the slap in the face. Like the Indians basically have gotten the losing end of every single deal. Like they don't get any of the Colorado water that gets delegated, even though the reservations line it. A lot of their
Yeah.
land has been taken, misused. They
Yeah,
haven't been
taken.
reimbursed, even though they literally have contracts that say they should have been. And here now they've got a pipeline going straight through their land, but they can't even get running water. So you can put a pipeline that runs basically 2,000 miles the length of our entire country, but they can't even get running water to their houses. It's more of the slap in the face. It specifically isn't about this silly little pipe that takes up 2 feet. Really, overall, you're looking at square meters of use. Maybe pay them a pittance for using the land. It's not even about that. It's the slap in the face after having endured what they've endured. This is icing on the
maybe
cake.
if they're like, hey, if we're going to run this through your land, we're going to make sure everything else is tip-top shape.
You know, even when a Walmart comes into your town, you get a new stoplight and maybe a sidewalk.
And jobs.
But the thing is, the oil company won't even give these motherfuckers running water. Not a penny of their profit can be siphoned away when they know they don't have to. They own the government. They pay for their campaigns. That's why they're self-regulated. That's why they can put gas at $8 a gallon, even though none of it came from
I'm
Ukraine.
gonna go pee and whisk it.
I'm going to catch up with chat again. Phoenix says Biden might do better as a stand-up comedian. Slacker says Biden wasn't our first choice, but as I told people, you want to win this or not? Oh, I get where you're coming from there. That's very strategic. Denise says, I'm still tickled that like 3,000 people voted for Kanye. Zool's offering up PBJs. Again, threatening to run. And with Lost Ranger, ooh, I have some serious catching up to do, don't I? Lost Ranger, good to see you. He says, crap, I was expecting a grounded playthrough tonight because I wasn't drinking tonight, but I guess I have to drink now. Don't want to say anything, but I live in a red country. Oh, I live in red country and I'm red myself. Well, appreciate you coming in with the backup then there, Lost Ranger.
All right.
Yes, see that? My ranks are growing. Now, Lost Ranger says, now, if you mind myself, takes a drink of brandy. I wasn't going to drink tonight, to laugh out loud. Slacker says, I think it's funny that Ukraine is humiliating Putin with some motivated soldiers and some secondhand NATO weapons. Man, that fall offensive from the Ukraine, and now they're saying that they do want genuine peace talks. I'm thinking, like, if you could have carried on that offensive, and I know that's a yeoman's task. I mean, I don't know. They say they want all of their lands restored. Does that include 2014? Does that include 2008? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's he saying, Zelensky? Does he want the land that he recently got back in the counteroffensive? I don't know. Anyhow, I should continue. It's time to drink. Thank you for the comments that I can skip. It is time to drink. See, I still haven't gotten one. Maybe it's time to switch to tea. I'm about to. Let me catch up, though. Unless somebody wants to take over reading chat. What in the world is fracking? What in the world is fracking? I mean, it's a good question. I kind of understand it.
Putting air bubbles in the ground,
No,
apparently.
it's not. It's a way of withdrawing natural gas from a shale substrate by
It's like
injecting.
sucking the fart out of someone.
Stop that. By injecting a
I've never tried that.
proprietary mix of gray water and other substances to force that air out that
Gray
then can be
water?
collected through. Yeah, because it's literally proprietary. Some of it's water and some of it's other shit. And they
Gray
don't want
water
to
sounds like
it
a
is.
second-rate
What they call
mercenary
it?
company.
Proprietary. But basically, yeah, by shoving a bunch of
Bunch
shit
of
underground under pressure, it forces the natural gas out, which is lighter, and they collect it. Basically opening up a whole new fuel source that was up till this point unavailable. We
And
knew it
Slackers,
was there, but we couldn't access it at a price that made it affordable and profitable to sell.
and Slacker says, much like you did, it's a process to get oil embedded in shale rock that can't be pumped. Lost Ranger says it's the process of injecting liquid at high pressure into subterranean rocks, boreholes, etc., so as to force open existing fissures and extract oil or gas.
200 points to Team Tex in my chat.
Slacker kind of reiterates that point, and I'm sorry to not read the whole thing. I do hope you'll forgive me, just in an effort to keep up. He can't be a stand-up comedian when he talks politics. He says, not a joke. It's the real deal. He does. Dana Carvey kind of, if you ever hear Dana Carvey impersonate him, he does a lot of that, like telling you it's a fact and all that. He's picked up on that. Did we just mansplain? Red country, red state. I knew what you meant. Like, yeah. The USA, this is Judah, the USA has given Ukraine more money than the Russian military budget. Rob says, whoa, I saw Bush and thought this was an old stream, but you're live, aren't you? No, Rob, it's actually 2007, and this is the Twilight Zone. But welcome, Rob, good to see you. Not our comments are showing for me. No, that's all right, Denise. I'm sorry that you're being plagued with that. He wants Crimea back. That wasn't the deal, man.
A bit more.
Natural gas, not oil. Oi, oi, slacker. All I know. Family used to be in the drilling business. However, no, we did not drill. We only built the drill rigs, but our rigs were for water wells only. Hey, Bears. Good to see you, Bears. Bears, a.k.a. this bear is from Bearzando. All vote for me as leader of the planet Bearzando to continue as leader.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm gonna run for president too.
Yeah. You know what? Forget my party affiliation, Bear. I think I'd like you to be leader of Bearzando. I might dig my own grave, but how I know.
How do I get there?
Rob says fracking. Just ask Starbuck and Lee. Fracking is where little colonial warriors come from. That's hilarious. Little Battlestar Galactica reference there. Judah's got to go. Judah, have a great evening. She says, God bless America. Rob says fracking is hydraulic fracturing, where they put high pressure liquid into the fossil fuel bearing strata and release both oil and natural gas. Okay, that's it. Nobody else explain what fracking is.
It's like fucking the fart.
Reiterate right quick what fracking is for you guys.
No, Zool.
And you know it's real when you can light your tap water on fire.
You can light your butt on fire.
That's a trick I'd like to see. If not all, okay, that's Stranger. We don't want to hear about your colonoscopy, Rob. Yeah, that's for another stream. All right. So what have we talked about? We started off with abortion. We moved on to what the Democrats will do in 2024. What the Republicans will do in 2024. What other issues? And then I've gone around and asked what positives one can glean from the current administration. Would I be wrong to say what positives could you glean from the previous administration?
You also know what fracking is.
Yes, we also learned about fracking.
That would be a fair question to ask.
Okay, so we'll start with Tex. Do you have any positives from the Trump administration?
Positives from the Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I liked how he gave China the middle finger sometimes when he wasn't over there taking photo ops or whatever. Like, oh God, now I have to go back 4 years while I'm high.
Yeah, right,
2 years.
Right.
This is not like easy recall. I got to use my dial-up memory. But initially, I liked how he did back American business and basically said F off Middle East. And I mean, he kind of was like letting Saudi Arabia's prince go around and kill people and shit. But he was kind of like, stop dicking with our economy. But we don't care if you kill people, like journalists. I mean, again, it's like
he asked what you liked. He didn't ask a critique.
I mean, you know what? You can give a negative.
I'm okay with him killing some people, but not like I don't trust Trump's judgment to kill people. But
we heard.
Let's take into account the fact that Trump never used.
Hold on. Rob, welcome to it. I will get to you in just a second. You can do this too. But we're going to go in the same order as before, and you can say a negative too. Sure. Zool, any positives about the previous administration? Negative as well.
Pretty much what Tex said is there. I liked his.
I got a follow up.
That he
got the vaccine. He wasn't so much of a pussy like Casey Caspa. I had to like bring in and hold him down.
Okay. Now Zool, let Zool finish.
No, I like the way the stance that he took. I felt like he came off really strong in a lot of key situations.
Any negatives that come to mind? What was your biggest qualm with President Trump?
I'd say probably some of the stuff that he said and the things that made people do.
Yeah.
Which stuff?
Next in line is Rick. Rick, a positive and a negative, if you're so inclined.
Actually, I have no comment.
Fair enough. He skips. Caspa. Fair.
I enjoyed how he or a positive that he rallied America for a good long while, if you think about it. Like at first, people were apprehensive about him, but not at first, but at first, sorry, people were all about it. They were like, "Man, this guy, yes, we are America," and that's where "Make America Great," really resonates. And the negative is, like I've mentioned before, just like some of the stuff he would just do, people across the world was like, what the? That's ridiculous. No. Like, that's so stupid.
Okay. Rob. Sorry, I feel like I jumped on you when you first jumped in.
No. I jumped in out of turn.
But you're fine. You're fine.
I appreciate you incorporating me because I didn't get the word that this was going out. So I saw you streaming, and then I realized this wasn't a recording.
Could you give us a positive and a yes? Welcome.
I'm going to give you a positive and a negative of the Trump administration.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a positive. Trump didn't give a fuck what anybody thought about what he was doing. He was trying to do it right.
As right as he thought he could.
He didn't. He didn't care about the politics of it. He cared about what he thought was the right thing to do.
And making money.
No, negative. He made no money during the presidency. He lost money during the presidency. Don't buy into
he lost a lot of money, actually.
Yeah, but that's not new. He's been losing lots of money ever since he was little.
Let him finish.
Yeah.
And a negative, which I'm going to counter somebody who's already in the panel, is he pushed the vaccine, which we now know doesn't prevent infection, doesn't prevent transmission, and has a history of increasing the instance of myocarditis in healthy individuals.
Interesting. And what well played to counter.
I'm very sorry if you feel like that's not something that was a negative of him. It was a extreme negative of him, and as a result, I have revised my opinion of his last year in office.
Okay, I think it's only fair. Text 30-second rebuttal.
Oh, what?
Or you can skip. You can skip if you want. He said he was saying not to put words in his mouth, but the vaccine. Rob, can you rephrase it concisely?
I could rephrase it very concisely.
Thank you.
The vaccine was a detriment, not a benefit.
There you go.
I believe science.
I want to ask, how was it a detriment? And I was a hardcore person. Did not want the vaccine. I did not.
All right, let me give you some background. I volunteered to be a test subject for vaccines during 2020. So I am coming from a position of I wanted vaccines to be put out. This vaccine.
Ooh, name drop. Which one?
No. Let him.
The vaccine, the mRNA vaccine, which is pushed by the 3 major drug corporations, does not prevent infection. It does not prevent the spread of the disease, nor does it prevent death from the disease. The 3 biggies are really ruled out. Why are we even calling this a vaccine?
Right, it doesn't inoculate.
It does not inoculate against the disease it's intended to fight. We have influenza vaccines.
I would agree with calling it a vaccine.
I do not. It does not inoculate.
I'm sorry. I agree with you. We shouldn't call it a vaccine.
Yes, the change in terminology, brother. Sorry,
I would call it a therapeutic.
It's like a flu shot.
I think they said it's a gene therapy, right?
It is a gene therapy, and we have evidence.
Isn't that what a flu shot is? Gene therapy?
No, a flu shot's an actual vaccine, but
it doesn't prevent you from getting the flu, though.
It prevents you from getting the specific strain of flu.
Yeah, the flu mutates a lot.
Yeah, they have to get. Yep.
There are so many variations of flu that they pick the one that they think is the most dangerous for the season, and that's what they're inoculating against.
From my general knowledge, isn't that what they're doing with the COVID?
No, they're doing an mRNA vaccine, which means what they're trying to do is they're trying to prevent your body, in theory, medically, and I'm sorry if I'm going into more
to grow.
But what?
Yeah, because I want to take my turn too.
That's the mistake. They are using specific strains to do that. Whether it was the Omicron strain that's now going around, that was not in the original vaccine.
The vaccine has nothing to do with strains. That is part of the problem with this vaccine. This vaccine was never designed to deal with variation. This vaccine was designed to deal with a specific factor of the virus, which was its attraction methodology. The little points off of the virus itself that made it a coronavirus. The
protein sheath.
Thanks.
Yeah, the way it attacks your protein.
I'm not a biologist,
right?
I can't exactly the way it attaches to your body. But if it doesn't prevent the attachment to your body, it does not prevent the infection. It doesn't prevent your transmission. What's it actually doing?
We're gonna leave that as an open-ended question because I have a lot of chat to catch up with.
I've exceeded my time.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. No, yeah.
Otto has been very gracious to me.
I'm trying. I'm trying to.
I feel like this is
trying
good.
to play. I'm trying to play what's his name. I'm trying to play what's his name, like Rabatabata. What do you say? And who was that guy? Who was that guy? He'd do the round table. This is when I was a kid. Damn. They used to make fun of him on Saturday Night Live. He'd be like, Shamalama Ding Dong. Never mind. Nobody knows Otto.
M. Night Shyamalan.
We're going to say, and the judges say,
Ding Dong, it's M. Night Shyamalan.
And the judges say, we'll accept that. In terms of me, I'm going to make this as brief as I possibly can. Positives from the previous administration. As cringy as some of his comments could get in terms of President Trump, I loved that he took the gloves off. He would hit the media and the Democrats with stuff that I'd been dying to say to them for years. I liked a lot of his foreign policies, and I can be specific, but for brevity's sake, I will not. I mean, let's just say, like, our alliance with Israel, making Jerusalem anyhow. There are a few examples, but again, I don't want to take up too much time. In terms of negatives, he actually did authorize drilling, and I loved the energy independence. I loved that, but he actually authorized drilling on a nature reserve, not an oil reserve, because that when a Democrat first told me that, I was like, bullshit. it's a reserve because we're reserving oil. And they're like, no, please look it up. I mean, and so I did, and I'm like, oh yeah, that is kind of unfortunate. But hey, I like cheap gas. I'm gonna try to catch up with chat real quick. I still need to get a drink.
I like cheap gas.
Yeah.
No, Otto, get a drink. We'll catch up with chat. Where did you leave off with chat? I'll scroll back.
Somewhere around where Judah left.
All right, I'll scroll back to where Judah left, and I'll start reading chat.
If the chat comments are to each other, as you know, you probably don't have to read them. You can skip them because they're having a conversation with each other. But yeah,
Right.
anything else, go for it. And I will be back.
I'm not going to read any.
Don't let them be mean.
I'm not going to read any of my own chats, but I scroll back to where Judah left. Otto's going to go get a drink. Lost Ranger says, if not all comments shows up, make sure your chat's on live chat, not top chat. That's good advice.
That's right, Otto. He always forgets that.
Both streamers and viewers forget that. Slacker, we don't want to hear about your colonoscopy, Rob. Yeah, I can accept that.
Everybody should get their yearly colonoscopy starting at the age of 40.
Ain't nobody sticking nothing up my butthole.
Slacker, I'll send you that video offline.
They coming for it.
Cancer can be prevented if caught early.
Okay, Phoenix says,
"Talk to you soon, dude.
Love you, hugs."
I think you can poop in a cup now. There's that little colon, like.
This is a little part of the community that I love, is how everybody really loves each other. You know, Phoenix saying goodnight and throwing hugs at her. That's the part of the community I love. Is how, regardless of whether or not we agree or disagree, we love each other.
Sunning yourself.
Let's see.
Kind of.
Bears de Losis. I don't know Bears de Losis. This is the first time I've seen them. On my planet, fracking is a nice way of cussing.
Yeah, he has his own planet.
Man. Lucky.
Lost Ranger, I'm only politics once every 2 years when voting comes up. That's a good policy, Ranger.
I just show up for the sticker.
There you go.
I tell you what, the my I voted sticker is on my cooler right now.
Speaking of, I need to throw away those ears.
Phoenix says, sounds good, Bears.
I was gonna take
Slacker, fracking is also a sexual position.
That's pretty good comment right there. I enjoy it.
There you go.
Thumbs up
comment. I refer you back to the 2004 through 2008 Battlestar Galactica to determine whether or not it is or isn't a position. You can make up your own mind after watching the series.
Caspa's gonna crack me later tonight.
Oh my god, I came back at just the right time or wrong time.
Oops.
TMI.
I'm not sure if I don't want to come back at that moment.
Only if it's on Indian land.
Wow, the desecration is unbelievable. Where are we? Are we? You're all caught up, right, Rob?
We're not caught up yet.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna speed read.
I'm not a speed reader.
We're still on fracking.
You're a lot better at this catch up than I am.
Okay.
Not let your foot on fire, but don't let Otto bend off. Pull his finger and light a fire behind him.
Okay, I see where you're at. Boom. Slacker says, according to the GOP, I'm supposed to be out rioting right now. What part of Slacker don't they get? They don't get the intimate part of Slacker. You know? That's what it is. Let's see. The Trump economy was nowhere near the greatest ever. Marginally better than Obama's at best. That's Slacker's assertion there. And maybe it's true. I shouldn't call it your assertion. Let me rephrase that. Or just not touch it. Ranger says to Rob specifically, I have heard from Joel. Oh, I see.
That was about Dai's death.
Yes, and Denise says Di would have loved this stream especially. Di would have been shocked that I'm doing anything political on my channel, but
Di would have been here with bells on.
Yes, she would have. Let's see. Slacker, unless you're died in the that's Rob's. Slacker, unless you're died in the wool Democrat, I don't think you're supposed to be rioting. Yes, she would have been in on it. That's for sure, Zul.
I don't think she'd have let Otto speak.
Yes. Yes, I would have a very difficult time, but man, I would take that difficult time in a heartbeat. You know I would, and I'm sure any of you would too.
I would gladly give up my ability to speak for a few hours of Di right now.
Absolutely. Let's see. She is here, of course. Just wish we could hear her thoughts. Indeed. Bear says, just call Caspa as the friendly politician ghost instead of as the friendly ghost.
It's just got it.
He'd be eaten alive in Washington.
He is the ghost of Bob Dole tonight, isn't that right?
Dole.
Bob Dole.
Last 15 minutes in Washington.
I'm Bob Dole.
Before he either disappeared.
Bob Dole.
You know there are 100 senators.
Yeah.
You've probably only heard of 3 of them, but there's 100 of them.
Speaking of senators, just throwing this out real quick. Currently, anyways, it's 45 seats have been declared for the Democrats, 46 seats for the GOP. Again, the magic number, obviously, is 51. Back to chat.
Exactly.
Has a senator that has a voice but no vote.
Yeah.
No one has a senator that has a voice but no vote, but there are 16 representatives in the House of Representatives who have a voice but no vote.
Slacker says, in terms of Trump, he always
counties in our possession.
Slacker says, in terms of Trump, he always lost money. Phoenix says Trump tried to run the country like a business. In that mindset, I mean, Lost Ranger says that is true. Trump didn't care what people did, but what was right. And Trump lost a lot of money since he became president. Actually, he wasn't getting a paycheck while president either. Slacker says, is Rob against all vaccines or just the COVID one? So we're going to take a quick break to have Rob answer that. Are you, when they call you anti-vax, do they just mean the one or all of them?
Tell us all your personal health information on the internet.
Right. I'm going to step in here and say, I was a soldier for 18 years, so I'm thoroughly vaccinated. But more importantly, I volunteered to test COVID vaccination. I was not anti-vax.
Was that the bird flu back then?
What I was against was the idea that
is he whining at the door?
When the COVID vaccine was administered to me, I was told I was going to have to come back in 4 weeks and get a second dose. That was the first vaccine in my 50-year life that required a booster in 4 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Lost Ring. Oh, sorry.
After that, when they told me 6 months later I should come in for a booster, I finally said, no, fuck you. I'm not taking that chance.
Did you get all your money?
Did you get all your money back?
I got the initial 2 doses of the COVID vaccine, and I believe mine was Pfizer. And then I got COVID a year later, and I've been healthy since.
All right. Lost Ring.
I've been exposed to COVID on 3 occasions since then.
Okay. Lost Ranger says, "Oh, go ahead."
I got my 2 originals, and I haven't gotten any of the others. And I have yet to catch it, even though I've been around people with COVID, and I've always tested negative.
Rick, keep on the track you're on. Don't get
Yeah.
the boosters.
Pardon my cynicism, but was it hard to shake the boosters, Rick? Like after the second one, were you thinking like, man, like scratching your arms, like I could get that. I kind of want a third
No.
one, but okay, good.
I didn't have any problems with them as far as that goes.
Oh, good deal.
There's
I mean-
no addiction to them.
Yeah, that's right. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, well, in some of the fanatical regions, I think that some people are like, well, I can't wait for my next booster.
I think the addiction comes from which lever you pull in the voting booth.
Yes, the addiction is politically driven, I'm sure. Lost Ranger says, again, I'm sorry as to everyone else, I might be digging my own grave, but this country is a business technically, how it should be run, but not 100% as a business. Phoenix says, but the flu shot have the flu virus in it, though, doesn't it? The flu shots do have the flu virus in it, yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Every vaccine.
It's an inert.
Yes.
Every vaccine we use, from smallpox and rubella and polio and measles, influenza, they all have dead/inert virus in them.
Yep. Slacker says. Go ahead. Okay.
It just tells the body when the virus comes in, it says, "Hey, I'm already here, so I'm not going to infect you." Basically, it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Builds an immunity based on an invasion that it already had, but the invasion was inert when it happened.
Lost Ranger, I'm sorry, Slacker says no vaccine is a shield against any virus. It simply sensitizes the immune system to it. Lost Ranger says it's not a vaccine, though I do have the shot and 1 booster shots only because I had a job dealing with Hollywood. I'm a background extra in an upcoming TV show. Laugh out loud, change the subject. Slacker says just proteins of the flu virus, Denise, enough for the immune system to react to it. Lost Ranger says, yeah, but COVID is crap. The flu kills more people. Not saying anything that, not saying anything that COVID isn't as deadly. I do know people who died from COVID. Just saying they hyped it up more than what it actually is.
I'm sorry to jump in here, but if you look at the percentage of population, the influenza infection that we called the Spanish flu at the end of World War I.
That's insensitive to the Spanish, but go ahead.
Far more
I know, right?
And was harsher across all age groups than COVID even thought about being.
Yeah.
Phoenix says, I haven't gotten the COVID vaccine yet. Neither have I, Phoenix.
Phoenix, in my opinion, don't get it. I am not your doctor. I am not a medical professional. Seek medical advice. Don't do it.
What's funny, Rob, when you're talking, I'm looking at Bill Clinton at the podium, and every now and then I like to think that you're like, you know how, did you ever do that as a kid? Like turn down the volume and just do the voices for the people on TV?
Yeah. We're syncing up with Bill over there.
And especially when he's like beating his hand there, it just so looks like Rob was trying to stress the
medical advice.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
You know what's funny? You know what's really funny about that? Is I'm looking at Bill and I'm moving my hands on my desktop, emphasizing his words.
There you go.
Right?
But in all honesty, you don't need to talk to a specific doctor. You need to talk to a doctor you trust.
Agreed.
And I want to be specific about that because 8 months ago, 12 months ago, 14 months ago, doctors who said, I'm seeing an elevated number of young people who are having cardiac issues, were kicked off of social media for saying that.
Oh yeah, I mean that's.
But now it's a medical fact.
Now
we have people in the other side of that particular demographic and embalming those individuals, finding odd what they called clots, but they're not normal blood clots, they're protein clots. Which means that our normal medications that would break down blood clots that would help a patient suffering from obstruction because of a blood clot won't help them.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
They're
go ahead.
protein instead of blood. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna go for like rapid fire here with the. Let's see. First, it would help to find my spot. I cut Rob off, and then I don't even know where I was. Let's see. Okay, yeah, Plaz. We got a Plaz out there. Plaz, good to see you, sir. Denise says I get my flu shot every year and other vaccines. The MMR vaccine prevented mumps, measles, and rubella. That's Rob. Phoenix says, if everything could be so well balanced, I see your point, Otto. You know what's sad, Denise? I don't even know what you're responding to at that point because I'm so far behind, but I appreciate it. Going back to my comment, this is Lost Ranger. Going back to my comment just posted about me in a TV show, a self-promo, but I'm in an upcoming murder comedy show called Poker Face on Peacock streaming service. Oh, right on. Streaming, let's see, January 26, 2023. Right on, Lost Ranger. I will have to...
if you're not on my Discord, poke me on Otto's Discord. I'll add you. I will promote your TV show.
Yeah. I would do the same.
You're part of this community. I want to get your... Let's get some publication about this. You're on a big news channel, but let's face it, a big news channel these days.
It's not saying a whole lot, but it is NBC. I mean, hell, that's the.
It's NBC, but we have the internet to our disposal, and in all honesty, I might be able to publish your NBC segment to more people than are seeing it live on NBC.
Right on. Well, yeah, definitely do that, Lost Ranger. Please.
Can too.
Yep.
I think Phoenix can too.
Let's see. Slacker says it's not a shield. People still become infected with it. The vaccine sensitizes the immune system to it, which makes it impossible for illness. Plaz said, Trump made me money in my 401k, close to 125,000 growth. Under Biden, that all disappeared.
Nope. I've heard that a lot in the last 6 months. I'm not saying that a president can affect the 401k. I'm just saying I've heard that from a lot of people.
Yeah. Let's see.
Take that as you will.
Let's see. There's a reason we only talk politics once every 2 years.
Slacker, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. And by the way, whether you were for Fetterman or Oz, I don't care.
Right. I got it.
You have your own reasons for following whoever you were following. I just want to know if you followed them because you believed in them or because you believed in the story about the other guy.
Well, maybe we can cover that once I got to catch up. Sorry.
Yeah,
The,
that'll come
I
up.
do have a collection of I voted stickers, laugh out loud, since 2016. I do too. Maybe I don't know how long back mine goes, but I tend to stick them to our toolkit thing. Anyhow,
I used to have a collection of voted stickers ranging back to my 18th birthday. Unfortunately, Hurricane Harvey wiped out my iVoter stickers.
Plasman says, "Gotta warm them hands, Slacker, to enter the mud hallway." I don't like where this is going. Slacker responds, "Gross, Plaid. Plaz, never mind." Lost Ranger says, "Battlestar Galactica, frack you." Slacker says, "Obama's economy was solid and Trump improved on it before the pandemic." Bob Dole has to go pee. John Fetterman defeats the Ozman. Well, I'm done. We win. There's stuff to talk about there, but we'll move on.
Wow. There's some things to talk about in here. Yeah.
We just lost our CASPA and our resident Democrat, so that is a shame. But they won in Pennsylvania apparently. Lost Ranger says, "I found it's 45 blue to 46 red. Might be behind maybe." Okay.
Well,
yeah, that's the last time I checked. That's where it was as well.
I would like to remind everybody that we were specifically told by the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania that it may take days to determine who.
That is true.
The elections. So don't take anything that you're told tonight as a result.
Slacker says it's all fun and political games until the mutated rabies virus hits. Then it's save us mRNA thing. Don't harsh my buzz, Ranger, he says. Ranger says, "Laugh out loud, just funny. Otto wants to say whatever I was saying, and everyone is interrupting him. Laugh out loud, Monty Python. I'm being repressed. It's all good. Bring out your dead, Otto." They had me experimental. Slacker says, "People died enough to bring all our life expectancy down." I guess statistically there, yeah. Denise says, "Thank you, gentlemen." Slacker says, "Talk to Dr. Nick, Denise." I don't even know what that means, but we'll continue. Denise says, "I have been more listening to my gut feeling or instincts. I'm just not getting a good vibe. I'm definitely not against vaccines, though." No, the anti-vax moniker is well, it's misplaced, honestly.
Anti-vax is a bad moniker because people will affix that to people who say, "Don't take the COVID vaccine." But the COVID vaccine is the first vaccine that doesn't immunize you against the disease.
Yeah. Denise said,
let's be honest about that.
Denise says, "I want it to feel right for me." Lost Ranger says, "The vaccine shot I got is the Johnson & Johnson shot." He also says, "I left Discord a few months ago. Personal reasons and online crap I was going through." Tell me about it. But I will come back by this weekend. Hell yes, Lost Ranger. Glad to hear it.
Ranger, I'm glad you're coming back. We got a lot of catching up to do.
Hell yeah. Phoenix says, "Sure, I will help if all I can." And Lost Ranger says, "It's starring Natasha Lyonne. Is that right?" Ranger continues, I'll let Otto know my information within the week for sure. Thank yous. And yeah, it's actually the one good thing going on in my life right now that's kind of kicking me out of my depression. Glad to hear it. For 3 months straight, I was not allowed to talk about it, but now The teaser trailer is finally released, and the release date, I can tell people about it. Plasman says, Rob, all of us cannot be wrong about losing money under the Biden administration. Apparently, you have heard the same. And, folks, we are caught up with chat.
Oh my God, Plaz, I am not only one who has heard about it. The Biden administration has finally wiped out all of my savings. So I am a month-to-month employee of the federal government as a disabled veteran. Thank you, President Biden.
Well, I had to take all of mine out because I'm unemployed, and I'm on my last, let's say, south of $10,000, and then I'll be totally broke.
I was not given the opportunity to take mine out. Ironically, the federal government invested more than 50% of my retirement fund into oil futures, and then they crushed oil futures.
Yeah.
So go figure. Something that was prosperous under one administration became, well, let me just say, the oil futures that we were invested in my, what was left of my Army retirement, not my Army retirement, not like my
pension.
Mm-hmm.
But the funds I had invested while I was serving.
So I gotta ask, has it been called then? Fetterman did defeat Oz.
It hasn't been called yet, but most of the reason it hasn't been called yet is because the Democrats said,
yeah, Secretary of State. Yeah,
it could take a week for us to know.
Okay,
and
well,
they can't very well turn around and say on the same night, "Oh, we know what the answer is."
Yeah.
Wait a minute. 6 hours ago, you said it could take a week.
It does look like it's 45-47 in terms of the Senate. The Republicans have 47, Democrats 45.
Plaz, once I left service, I had less access to my account. I could only make adjustments once a year. And I honestly did not think the Biden administration would make as big of a change as they did to the oil industry in the last year.
So, I
could have changed about 10% of my investments.
Not to change this. Well, to change the subject. Apologies. I want to quickly discuss the Fetterman Oz race. I mean, from my opinion, Oz was. I don't want to call him a rhino because I wouldn't go quite that far. But I don't think he was the most conservative politician for the Republicans to have put up. But I want to know, how does Fetterman win? Because this, to be honest, this shocks me because in all deference to his medical situation, I feel like you want your senator to be able to articulate your points on the Senate floor. So was this, what was this? Well, hold on, Rob, before let's go to the people that aren't talking quite as much, and I guess we've lost two of them, but Zool, let's start with you. Do you know, so they vote for a guy that suffered a stroke what is that? Zool is gone. Rick, do you have any input on that?
Say that again.
Any observations about Fetterman versus Oz? Fetterman as okay. Rob, there it goes. It's you.
My personal opinion is after short order, they will either declare. It depends on what he does. If he just votes yes to every Democrat bill and no to every Republican bill, they'll do nothing. They'll
Right.
keep him in office as long as he does that.
I mean, yeah, this is going to sound partisan as hell, but I think it's also a reflection on the Oval Office right now. Forgive me for
But
that, but it's
if
like we've got a guy in there that I feel like has a lot of handlers, and I don't
if
claim
he
to know Fetterman's situation,
actually
but
makes some effort to understand bills and objects to something that the Democrats propose, they'll declare him non compos mentis, hoping that the governor
right.
will appoint someone more suitable in his stead.
Was the governorship of the Commonwealth
The
of Pennsylvania
governorship
up?
was up right now.
And now, anybody got any information on where that stands?
Last I heard, it was a Democrat lead.
Some of these numbers are, for instance, I'm looking at the Democrat Maggie Hassan. Is that how you'd pronounce that?
I understand her name is
Hassan. Yeah, she was 74% reporting in. She's got 54. I mean, that's
It's hard to overcome 54% with 70% already reported.
mm-hmm. And Mark Kelly in Arizona was up against a relative upstart in the Republican Party, whose name escapes me sadly. He's at 57% with, well, I probably shouldn't have even said that out loud because it's only 50% reporting in. So
It's
that's,
at 50%. That's still in the margin of error to me
I
with
agree.
50% reporting. And I have to say, Mark Kelly's a rubber stamp for the Democrat Party.
I agree.
Please do not misunderstand me. I'm actually related to Mark Kelly.
Huh.
My aunt, my dad's sister, is married to the brother of his mother. So
That's interesting.
Is that cousin twice removed, or is that cousin once? I'm not sure.
Slacker says the Dow on Trump's last day was 30,930. The highest under Biden was 37,600. It just closed at 33,200 today. Just saying.
We really can't take the last year of Dow as an indicator because of COVID.
Because of COVID and the shutdowns, I get that, and yeah, that's a good point.
And in reality, as much as we want to say Donald Trump was in control, no, he wasn't. He had a Democrat Congress and Anthony Fauci running the show.
And Slacker, I can't recall if you said you were a Democrat or not. If you are, or if you usually vote Democrat, I want to say thank you sincerely for remaining engaged in this conversation. I lament the fact that Tex left. I want to give fair time to both sides of the aisle and anything in between. So I really do appreciate you sticking in here with us. Ranger says on my end, GOP.
Slacker, right there, 10:34 p.m. Slacker, I completely admire a non-rubber stamp politician. He does not side with the Republicans he sides with his state, and he is a Democrat.
Who's this?
And I can. His name is Manchin.
Oh, yeah,
Joe
Joe Manchin.
Manchin. I could vote for Joe Manchin. I could vote for Joe Manchin as a president because I know he's going to listen to both sides before he makes a decision. Just like when it came down to it during the Democrat primaries, I was heavily leaning towards our esteemed Congresswoman from Hawaii.
Tulsi Gabbard?
No, Gabbard is Arizona.
Oh.
Or is Gabbard Arizona?
Oh, you're thinking of
God.
Mark Kelly's wife, right?
That's who I was just thinking of when you said Tulsi Gabbard, but now I'm thinking Tulsi Gabbard is actually
The congresswoman from Hawaii who just left the Democratic Party, I think.
Then who the fuck is the congresswoman from Arizona?
She has a similar name, so I get it. I just can't remember it. If anybody in the chat can help us out with that, we'd really appreciate that.
Help us with our old folk brains.
Right? Ranger says on my end, GOP 188 and Democrats 152. Yep, obviously the House with those numbers.
Yeah, I don't think there's any math in the world that's going to keep the GOP from owning the House of Representatives.
Yeah. It does look like Nancy Pelosi will be stepping down as Speaker. She'll be replaced by Kevin McCarthy. Steve Scalise will be the majority. Actually, let's not go into majority and minority leaders because I don't know who the hell they'll be, but I think it's Scalise. What I'm interested in is Jerry Nadler is stepping down as head of the Judiciary Committee, and he will be replaced by an Ohio boy,
Jerry Nadler
Jim Jordan.
Needs to be kicked the fuck out of Congress.
Well, he's up there. I mean, a lot with this.
That corrupt motherfucker's been corrupt since I was a fucking teenager.
How do you really feel? Yeah.
I grew up on Long Island. That motherfucker's been corrupt since I was in high school.
So you got some Nadler back then too, yeah, because he's a New York man. Let's see. Slacker says it's funny how the Dems used COVID to bring down Trump, and now it's the post-pandemic that's bringing down Biden and the world.
I agree with that, Slacker.
Yeah.
The post-pandemic is going to bring down Biden, and it's going to bring him down because he's trying to take credit for the recovery from the pandemic.
Slacker says
you don't get economically on the books. You don't get credit for that because job recovery only applies if Trump actually lost those jobs. Trump didn't lose those jobs. Those jobs were suspended because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't lost. They were suspended.
Slacker says, as a nurse, I've seen many post-stroke victims recover cognitive abilities lost quickly, especially speech. It's just like 6 months out. It seems like that's not necessary. Let me. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I want to point to the medical professional that NBC brought on air, who said that after 6 months of recovery, the majority of recovery has occurred. I'm not going to say your training has not shown you that some recovery can continue. I'm just saying, if Oz lost to Fetterman, Pennsylvania elected a hollow shell to do whatever the Democrat Party wants. And personally, my interpretation, there are 3 different parties involved here. There's the Republican Party, there's the MAGA Republicans, and there's the Democrats.
Let's see.
The Democrats will vote in lockstep. The Republicans, who knows what they're going to do right now, because I sure as fuck don't. And the MAGA Republicans seem to be aimed at voting towards what their states want.
All right, let's see. Denise says making that poor man try to speak is downright abusive. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but also that approach. Seeing as I do live with one Democrat, and we had a similar conversation. You could say that in his heart of hearts, he wants in it, and nobody's going to talk him down. So there is that possibility. However, I've heard what you're saying. I've thought it myself. Slacker says that won't happen, Rob. That won't happen, Rob. Prove me wrong, SpongeBob.
Yeah,
I missed the reference.
He's playing Patrick right now.
Oh, got you. I see. He also says if you admire a non-rubber stamp politician, then you have to admire Manchin. Oh, that's where I was still trying to get there. Okay, so we covered that. And on that note, I want to say,
I agree.
Yeah, and on that note, I'd want to say that I do have respect. I don't want to say a lot or little of respect for those types, and including a Mitt Romney, a Lisa Murkowski, Liz Cheney. I mean, there is something to be said for people that have the backbone to turn. Maybe not so much. Oh, hold on, please. There is something to be said for somebody that is willing to turn, in a sense, on their party. Maybe not to the extent that Cheney did, but nonetheless, like the same can be said for Joe Manchin. It's these folks that sometimes the vote hinges on them because they're so moderate in their own party, or dare I say, a Republican or Democrat in name only. Rob, there's something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I certainly don't object to any politician who turns their back on the party for the sake of their constituency or their morals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I mean,
but
go ahead.
When your stance seems to be in lockstep with a group of people who are supporting you monetarily, I don't believe that your stance is genuine. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Manchin stands up for the coal miners, not because they funnel money into his campaign. In fact, they funnel money into the Republican campaigns because he's a Democrat, and Democrats are known for being anti-fossil fuel.
Now, but doesn't a Mitt Romney speak for Massachusetts in a large sense to that?
Mitt Romney didn't speak for Massachusetts when he was governor of Massachusetts. I lived in New Hampshire when he was governor of Massachusetts.
Oh, well, I just see a parallel there.
And while being a neighboring state might not seem like it has a lot to do with it, I worked in Massachusetts.
Okay.
So my interactions with the state of Massachusetts were fairly high.
Lost Rangers.
No, go right ahead.
Okay. Lost Ranger says, back now, and I think, lol. Slacker says I'm a Democrat but pretty moderate. Hawaii, yep, that's back on the Tulsi
Tulsi Gabbard.
conversation. Yep. Ranger says technically I'm third party. I go with whoever is quote unquote best, or in my opinion best. Though I do go Republican. I think we're Slacker. Slacker, forgive me. It's just by nature of being behind. I don't know. Yeah, you say on his watch, so apologies. He also says, "Welcome to American politics, Rob. Laugh out loud and be right back. Hurry back, my friend."
No, I understand that. Trump was not a politician. He didn't understand everything that was going to be done in his name.
Trump's an interesting creature. I'm gonna say that. Okay, from my perspective, I've been a Republican since I was able to vote. This year is probably the first year that I voted R straight down the ballot. We had a local a woman, Jennifer Bruner. She's a Democrat. I knew her opponent, and I lamented the fact that not this year. This was years ago. I knew her opponent, Matt, and he used to come into our cafe all the time. And I lamented the fact that he lost a race against her. And he said, Jennifer's very cool. He was like, if I was going to lose to anybody, I'd lose to her. And he's like, and Jennifer, she's cool. And I'm like, I know Jennifer. And he's like, she's one of your customers. Is Jennifer. And I was like, oh shit, that's her. Well, I saw her name and I couldn't help it this time around. I wanted such a referendum on what's going on that even seeing her name, I was like, nope, I'm not going to vote for you just because of that D next to your name. But I guess what I really wanted to say is, like, going back to Trump is an interesting creature. It is that Liz Cheney kind of brought this to my mind. I didn't love in 2016 when he went after the Bushes. George W. Bush, I supported. Then it created a kind of scene where Bush wasn't going to appear at the Republican convention, which I thought was, I don't know, I just think that's unheard of. But he was persona non grata. And, if you're not on board with President Trump, then that's just it. You're persona non grata. It's a different type of politics. It's harsh, I get that. But now I'm in a position where the harshness to me is forgivable. I just want something to give in this economy, and I did support his policies. I did not always support his words, obviously. But that's something that I still have to grapple with because, these parties have their conventions, and I think former presidents should be welcome to them. And in a weird way, and I'm sure there are many of you that wouldn't agree on both sides of the aisle, although I feel like somehow W has gotten more cred with the Dems lately, even though he hasn't really changed his core beliefs. But I know there are Republicans that will be like illegal wars. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
If I may.
Please.
This may take a few minutes.
Okay.
First of all, let me address W.
Yeah.
I served in the military under W. There is some question about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Weapons of mass destruction are not just nuclear weapons. Although the lack of a nuclear program in Iraq has been sold as no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Let me tell you, as a veteran who suffers from organ damage from being exposed to chemical weapons, there were weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, there were chemical weapons.
There were chemical weapons in Iraq, and he hid them. He was trying to figure out a way to produce them on his own. And
Well, go ahead.
during his FBI debriefing, he actually, and this debriefing, to my knowledge, is still available on YouTube. He specifies that he specifically would move chemical vehicles away from chemical plants that were about to be inspected because he knew U.S. satellites would see those vehicles leaving, giving the impression that they were taking chemical weapons away, which the American intelligence agencies would leak to the news, and his enemies, Iran and Syria, would take as he had chemical weapons. He didn't have as many chemical weapons as we thought he had. But let me tell you something. Saddam Hussein was found in a spider hole that was 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 6 feet deep.
Yeah.
He had food and water that could have lasted him 3 weeks. The only reason he was found was because the owner of the property was offered a substantial reward for turning him in, and he knew that no Iraqi loyalists were nearby. Because that spider hole was well hidden.
Yeah.
If I had a hole 6 foot deep, 2 feet wide, and 6 feet long, I could hide 127 chemical artillery shells.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, good point.
Now multiply that by the surface area of Iraq. We already know how many chemical weapons we sold to the government of Iraq when they were fighting Iran. We know how many we think they used. Those numbers don't match.
Campbell and Nancy have the same haircut. What?
It's a Democrat.
I was going to say, is that the standard issue? Oh, let's see.
So,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, as a veteran who is suffering from chemical weapon damage in my totterage, I find it offensive when people say there were no weapons of mass destruction. Yes, there were. I was exposed to them, and my liver doesn't work properly because of them. My kidneys don't work properly because of them. Thank you very much for telling me that the things that damaged my body don't exist. So now let's talk about...
Wait. I gotta catch up on chat because Slacker's leaving. I want to say goodbye before he leaves. But in order to do that,
right
I gotta... I'm sorry.
This is your stream. I'm a guest.
Okay. Ranger says if you want to compare Trump kind of like Ross Perot. Ross wasn't a politique, just a rich guy who was running, but they were two vastly different too. I don't know. I was in third, fourth grade when Ross Perot was running, but he dropped out because too many threats on his family, if I remember right. I don't know correctly. I don't think he dropped out. Did he? I don't. I think he saw it through.
Perot dropped out because of a threat of exposure of documentation that was not subject to normal disclosure.
Okay. So he did drop out. Okay.
And then he came back in.
Oh, okay. That seems to jive more with my memory. I thought he was in at the end.
Because his leaving the race, although publicly stated, I'm dropping out, he never filed any paperwork to drop out of the race.
Ranger says he was 1992. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. He came back into the race, and basically he ensured, because a lot of people did still want to go with Ross Perot. By the way, I voted for Ross Perot. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. He ensured that a Democrat took office.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
I have to run to the restroom.
Okay.
I know you're catching up on chat.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. If you have any questions that actually pertain to me, try and keep them on your front tab in your mind.
Okay, we'll do. I can see that it's winding down on the viewer end. I am about 10 minutes shy of a 3-hour stream, so we'll probably call it around then. Let's see. Obviously, he used them against the Kurds. That's in relation to the chemical weapons. Slacker mentions that. Ranger says on that note, Rob, okay, just let me write this down. CIA watching stream. I'll laugh out loud joke. Slacker says, Rob, I'm being called to bed. Love this whole conversation. Rob, Ranger, Denise, have a great Wednesday. Slacker, you do the same. Thank you. I really appreciate you coming by. In fact, he says, Otto, thanks for the fun. Take care, buddy. Thanks, Slacker. Please extend my best to Vault Girl as well. Ranger says, I was going to bed, but I started this stream. To show how old I am, I'm about 38, cries. Shut up. It's alright, man. That's alright. In internet years, we are ancient, I think. I was born in 1977, so though I could not participate in the 1992 election, that was my first, I don't know, I was raised to be a Democrat, believe it or not. My mom was a Democrat and quite political. My father was a very, very quiet Republican. Hey, Girls 18 Online, great to see you. Let's see. But yeah, I ended up, I supported George Herbert Walker Bush. I liked him. Part of it was probably like a romanticized vision of the Reagan administration. I'm not saying Reagan was perfect. After all, he shut down the asylums. But boy, he was inspirational. I think that's hard to deny on both sides. And you know what? The Democrats had a strong one too. The Speaker of the House during the Reagan administration, Tip O'Neill. I mean, their relationship kind of, it's something that I think we could all long for today. Let's see.
I remember when.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Sorry. No, I forgot. I haven't heard from you for a second. I'm glad to hear your voice.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation since I'm an independent. I'm learning a lot. But anyways, I was just going to show my age there for a second, and I remember when Jimmy Carter was president, and interest rates were through the roof. You could put in a $100,000 CD and expect to collect $1,600 a month in income. That's how high the interest rates were.
Wow.
You
Huh.
put in $100,000 CD now, and you don't get close. So.
Well, I mean, you would know about. I mean, my dad was an accountant, and so I recognize the things you're saying, but it's all over my head. But I mean, savings bonds aren't what they used to be, right? I mean, like,
Right.
it felt like when I was little, if grandparents got you a savings bond, I mean, boy, you hit 18, you can buy a new car. Not a new car, but you can buy a car.
Well, you can definitely put a down payment on one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for
From
sure.
what I hear, that's not the case today. I don't know because I haven't purchased any savings bonds as an adult.
No, the U.S. government actually came in and lowered all the interest rates and all that junk. You used to be able to buy a $500 savings bond for $250, and you could keep it would mature in like 20 years. You usually bought it for like new kids being born,
Yeah, exactly.
but you could actually keep it longer than 20 years, and it would actually still accrue
I
money.
used to have a 15-year
So
savings bond.
right, and it would actually still accrue money, but crap, I'm playing Satisfactory here too and getting killed. Anyways,
Yeah, don't get killed.
but yeah, so you could actually play in.
Denise, why are you deleting the 18-year-old girls online? Maybe I wanted to meet 18-year-old girls.
They're young. They have so much potential. They are cut off early. So, if I'm asking too much, Rick, let me know.
No, go
Stop
ahead.
me.
Rick
So
knows more about finances than any 10 people I know, so please.
oh, no, this is a non-financial question. This kind of goes back into politics, but a time before any of us were probably political creatures to whatever extent we are. When you're a kid, when you're going to grade school, would you be willing to share like who was president then? Like who was the first president that you remember that was like that you looked at?
Who was first president you were aware of?
Yes, because I was born in the Carter years, but I don't recall. I recall Reagan.
I was born a month before JFK was assassinated, so it would be Johnson probably in that time. I mean, that would be really early.
And so, was he inspiring? Like, was he larger than life to you, or?
He was well. After studying him, after I got to the age of grade school.
Yeah.
He was actually a major warmonger,
and
his take on the Cuban Missile Crisis was he basically told JFK, "Hey, we need to go fight these guys," and JFK held the position that no, we don't need to go fight these guys. I mean, we're talking nuclear weapons here, and that was
right.
One of the that was the closest we've been to nuclear war, except for like right now.
Yeah, that
because
is true.
We're in no matter what anyone says, right now we're in a proxy war with Russia.
Oh, undoubtedly.
We're supplying billions and billions of weapons.
But the weird thing about this one is like it's not proxy on both ends. You know what I mean? It's not like like Vietnam or something where Ho Chi Minh's a proxy for the Soviets.
Enemy that we're facing.
They're actually engaged, and yeah, it's
sure.
It's amazing to see them falter the way they are, and not to say they haven't made gains. Obviously, they have, but
if I may, Nixon was president.
Yes, in
my earliest recollection.
Okay. And Ranger says Nixon was a great president too. If I ever see his museum Yorba Linda, California.
Nixon just got caught.
Right.
Doing what everybody wishes they could do, anyways.
Phoenix, don't worry. I probably wouldn't know what to do with an 18-year-old girl anymore. Nixon and Ford were the first presidents I remember. I remember Nixon's resignations.
Yeah, that had to be.
I'm probably one of the older people in your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess the first one that I really remember that I was old enough to remember and not have to research was Jimmy Carter, and
Carter,
and his brother Billy.
Billy Beer. Oh.
Yep, Billy Beer was the
Billy
thing.
was known was the black sheep of the family, and was constantly getting arrested for DWI, and was somehow getting off.
No, but was the media on him like a hawk?
Somehow.
Was the media on him though?
Oh sure.
No, the media wasn't really on him.
Well, they were on Billy, but they weren't on Carter himself.
Right.
I mean,
right.
It was kind of a joke. I mean, Billy Carter was a joke.
Back in the day, they separated the family from the politician. You have to remember, in the 70s, Nixon's brother could have assassinated a fucking foreign dignitary.
Oh, sure.
They wouldn't have put that on Nixon.
I don't know. I think of Orville Grant.
Brother got a DWI.
Yeah. You don't need to raise your voice. I'm just saying, going back 150 years, I think of Orville Grant, President Grant's brother, and the scandals he was involved in, and how people went after the president himself. So I would say that that's not totally accurate, that we did hold the families accountable, or hold the presidents accountable to their family.
It's ebbs and flows, Otto.
Oh, sure. I understand. Yeah, that makes sense.
During the 70s, we didn't hold Ford accountable for his wife's alcoholism.
Yeah.
But
okay.
You have to think though, with interest rates being as high as they were, you would really have to ask the right person.
You would.
Of who you actually remembered and anything about them, because I can reference my dad. As I said, he's 90 years old and he's staunch Democrat his whole life, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it also depends on what your profession was.
He's an accountant. He was a CPA.
Right.
And
my family was soldiers.
And he loved putting $100,000. He did that several times in the bank, and drawing, getting $1,600 a month in interest. They basically, my parents got all their money basically from the Carter administration.
Huh.
Because they lived. My mom worked at a bank then, and she made, let's say $36,000 a year. That's about what she made, and that was really good. That was pretty good.
Was that 75-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good money in 75.
I was 12. Yeah, that'd be about right. So, but, and then my dad, and that's what they lived on. And my dad was a CFO of a hospital, senior vice president and CFO of a hospital. He was banking. So
probably making over 62.
Yeah, well, he was making a lot. And so he was shoving every penny he made into investments and basically CDs. That's what he believed in because that's what
Yep.
did him right.
Huh.
And
Even
then
today, CDs are where the money is.
Mm.
If you're long-term storage.
True. And then he would just roll whatever interest that he made back into the CD.
To buy more. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
As long as you roll it over, you don't pay tax on it.
Right.
Yeah. All of my stocks were rollover stocks. I say you might note that I mention it past tense because I sold them all. I mean, desperate times, but
Right.
Otto, I sold my stocks a long time ago.
I did when COVID was hitting initially, when we went out
I've
of
always
business.
said if I could go back to my younger self,
Mhm.
and I would tell myself, remember these words: Google, Yahoo, and Microsoft.
You
and
know
watch
what
the stock
scares
market.
me? You know what scares me?
What's that?
Back in 91, I had a financial lieutenant tell me to invest in Microsoft.
Yep.
It was like $4.50 a share. I could have bought 20 shares a month out of my paycheck without even a thought.
Well,
I was a young, living in the barracks, just promoted to sergeant. I didn't know what to do with money.
Well, I was the same way. I have a cousin who's a year younger than me, first cousin, and his dad, he was the youngest of three, but his dad taught him how to invest in the stock market, and he was the only one out of the three that actually enjoyed it. And he started from a very young age, and he is now multimillionaire. Yes, it doesn't help. I mean, it does help quite a bit that he's God, what do you call it? Can't even think of the word now, but the guys go out and predict on how long you're going to live for insurance companies.
Oh wow.
Oh, yeah, actuaries.
Yeah, actuary.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's certified. So, he makes crap ton of money there. But yeah, I mean, he's multi-millionaire. He owns a $750,000. Well, it was $750,000 when he bought it. He was at the time when he bought this lodge in Breckenridge, Colorado. He was working and living in the 90210 zip code, and working for. Well, his apartment was right across the street from the building. Big insurance company. They paid him a lot of money. He's now in Pennsylvania. He goes wherever the money is. So
it's funny you mentioned your father was a CPA, and Rob responded, "My family were soldiers. My dad was a sick hybrid of the two. Enlisted, did 3 tours in Vietnam, came home, went to community college, became a CPA for the rest of his life." And
but I wanted to be a programmer. And
that's interesting.
Yeah, because when I was in high school,
you've got the mind of a programmer, so you're there even if you're not doing it.
When I was in high school, I had a TI-99 4A. That is the first, TI Texas Instruments shot at a PC. You write a program in BASIC, you record it onto a cassette tape. They didn't have.
Yep. I remember.
Yeah. And when I graduated high school, I just had a little menial job, and my dad pushed me into accounting. And I said, well, I want to go to this school and learn programming. And he said, well, if you go to this school and get your accounting degree, You don't even have to become a CPA. Just get your accounting degree. You'll always have a job. And he was wrong about that. As time went on, and technology grew, and programmers became more and more popular, the programmers actually wrote the programs that the CPAs, all they had to do is data processing. They just pop, 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 pop in a few numbers and spit out a tax return or whatever.
Nowadays,
and now that's
accountants are not even accountants.
Yeah, that's why I'm having such a hard time finding a job. I mean, I understand computers. I can write programs and stuff, but
you went to school and learned a skill that, frankly, is no longer in demand.
Exactly. And what I found out now in this economy, and it was a hard pill to swallow because I've been doing this for over 35 years. But the big thing is that I forgot what I was going to say. Man, totally lost it. But
I can relate.
yeah. But oh crap! I'm sorry, guys. I totally lost my thought on that.
Don't be, and if it comes back to you,
It comes back to you, interrupt us.
It was important, but
if it comes back to you, interrupt us, because that's what we're here for.
Yeah.
We want to hear those little tidbits. Because let me tell you something. I did 18 years in the Army. I can tell you all about being a good soldier. I'm not going to, because most of it's boring.
And that is for the good soldier stream.
But if somebody wants to ask a question about a specific soldiering skill, I can more than likely answer. And not only do I have my own experience, I can fall back on my dad's experience in Korea.
Sure. My dad was in Korea.
My dad always told me about his experience at the Chosin Reservoir.
Mm-hmm.
How he watched his friends freeze to death.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Gonna catch up with Ranger here for a second. Well, you have a thought to finish, right, Rob?
Well, my dad blamed higher headquarters and basically the government. They didn't take care of the guys in the field at the Chosin Reservoir. That's not true. I have since, because I'm also a student of history, as a chosen field, you have to also remember my dad took off when I was a kid, because my dad was not only a veteran, he was an asshole.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
He took all the money out of the bank and ran off with his girlfriend. My mom raised me and my brothers and sisters, and we never lacked for anything.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I can relate to that in a way.
My Irish mother was gonna make sure we had everything we needed.
I think the point I was going to make here was I have a 4-year degree, BS degree in accounting, And like I say, I've been doing this for a very long time. What I did for a company is I would go into a company. I went in, let's just say my second to last one here. I went into this company in 2008, and I went in. Actually, I had applied for information technology. I had applied for a position to make sure all the computers stayed running and the printers were fixed if they ever broke. And this was going to be, this was my dream job. This was my passion. And I was hired. I talked to the president of the company. I said, "Here's what I want." He said, "Well, let's start you off here and see what you can do." And I said, "Okay, I agree with that." And then I was interviewed by the head programmer, and the head programmer himself had never gone to college. He was all self-taught, and that's why he liked me. And we're still to this day really good friends. And so 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 5, 6 weeks into my IT career, which, this was going to be great because I was going to be making 50 grand a year starting out in 2008, and just being self-taught about that. That was great.
Self-taught IT career. at 50
And
grand. Oh, yeah.
well, yeah, but programming, gets into a little bit more. Anyways, this was my first one. So, the president of the company comes to me one day, and he says, "I know you have I already had 23 years with a telephone cooperative as the bookkeeper / accountant there before I came to this place." And he came to me, he says, "Our bookkeeper has to go in for emergency surgery." She was probably in her 60s. She has to go in for emergency surgery, and she'll be out for about 5 or 6 weeks. Would you mind covering for her? And I said, "Yeah, as long as I get my position of IT back when she comes back." "Oh, yeah, yeah. That's no problem." So I went into her position not knowing much about the software they were running, learned that in about just a few days. And then I started finding major discrepancies. This woman had the
I remember when you found these discrepancies.
Yeah, I on Dice Stream, I think I first learned of this.
Well, she did everything. She did payroll, accounts payable, accounts receivable, bank deposits, everything. She was primed for internal control problem. And so I came in and I changed all that. I split it all out. I had 2 different banks, and the bank statements hadn't been reconciled in 6 months. I reconciled those. One was off $18,000. Could not find it anywhere. And I had to report to the vice president of the company anything and everything I found. That's what they requested. I said, "Okay." So by the time she came back to work, I was her boss, and I never got to pursue my IT career. They promised me I would, but I never got to pursue it. So I took over the accounting for the company, and I did that until I got fired in June of 2021. I got fired because I got a general manager in there. The president and the vice president of the company were trying to retire. They're well into their 70s. And so this guy comes in, and we didn't see eye to eye. I wasn't going to go against my ethics as an accountant. There's no way. I mean, I would not have a job, I mean, no one would hire me. No one could trust me. And he wanted me to do something that bordered on cooking the books and making it look better, making things look better. And I refused to do that. So I made him mad. I made him mad.
Rick.
Yeah.
That's not bordering on cooking the books.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Anyways, what he wanted me to do was kind of unsaid, right?
Let's cover our bases by saying allegedly.
Yeah. And without saying exactly, "Hey, Rick, I want you to cook the books." Um, anyways, so he found
I
a way.
remember this. I
He found
remember this.
he found a way to come into power, to the point where even the president of the company gave him like 5% ownership in the company, and so he found his way to fire me. So that's how I got fired the first time. And but he wasn't there when I was actually recreating the company, making it where in previous audits, auditors would come in and have. I was told by the vice president of the company, who was the president's wife, the owner's wife, that they would have auditors come in and they would have 19 pages worth of journal entries at the end of the year of fixes. When I came in and cleaned everything up and got everything right, there were 5 journal entries. There was 3 that I expected and 2 that I didn't. And that's how it went for, God, probably 7, 8 years, every audit. So then I finally got, fired from him. So I could have probably, the problem was though, that I concentrated so hard on my accounting that I let technology run off and leave me, even though it was my passion. I did some programming at home, but all these new languages came out, and then the big thing was writing applications that you could put on the internet, and et cetera, et cetera. So technology ran off and left me. So I realized at that point that was out of the question. So accounting was my only hope, but I only did accounting for a company, and a company that did not send me to school anytime that there were FASB changes, Financial Accounting Standard Board changes. I was just rocking along with what I knew from my degree. So I never learned any more. And a lot of this stuff was expensive. I really couldn't afford it. And to go in and learn this stuff. Probably could have, but it would have, hurt, financially. I had a wife and 2 kids. And so I just did accounting. So once I got fired from there, I was like, crap, I start looking at IT jobs and I'm like, huh? What the hell are they talking about? I was like, okay, well, I'm only going to be an accountant from now on.
Yeah.
Well, now all of a sudden, I get another job, and I probably told some of you guys about this second job that I got that I lasted 9 months. Basically, this suffices to Cabe, just to suffice it to say
This was
that,
the last one, right?
yeah, this is the one where I caught the owner of the company embezzling from the investor.
Okay.
And
yeah, I remember when you were kind of having a crisis on what to do about that.
You were having a crisis of faith on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one, I needed a job. 2, my ethics. I mean, I have to sleep at night. I have a very strong conscience. I have to sleep at night. If I do something wrong at work, I won't sleep.
There's no. I understand your crisis of ethics versus your paycheck.
Right. And I was making okay money.
I understand the strong conscience too. It's a damnable thing that it can really screw with you.
But Rick, you need to remember.
Go ahead.
You need to look at Rick.
Right. Oh yeah, I do.
Mirror every morning.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you did. Yeah, and do.
I do. But
okay, let me cut in just for a second. Denise.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Denise, thank you. She says she's going to head out, guys and gals. Thanks for the lovely stream. Have a good night, everyone, and hugs. Denise,
thanks
good
for
night.
Coming out.
Yeah, appreciate you, Denise.
Always love to see you.
And so a lot of times I don't talk about this stuff. Sometimes I do because sometimes, a lot of times, it's boring to people, and I'm just not the kind of person. I don't want to bore people. Just who I am. Di and I talked about this for a lot. Our 3-hour, 4-hour conversations at night dealt with this. She knew the whole story, and so anyway, I like tonight, I put on her page that I was missing her tonight. But anyways, so I caught this guy embezzling from the company. I didn't really even catch him. I mean, he freaking admitted it to me. I was reconciling the bank statement one day, and I saw this ACH come out for $235,000 going to Charles Schwab. I looked on the books. We don't have a Charles Schwab investment account. I said, I need all the information on this so I can set up the Charles Schwab investment account and record the numbers and set up an interest income account and so on and so forth. And he said, and he pulls me off to the side and gets me in this, just corners me, no one's around, says, Rick, we don't have a Charles Schwab account. I said, what are you telling me, Matt? Owner of the company, 40 years old, graduated high school. I mean, was born the year I graduated high school. Anyways, he said, yeah, we don't really have one. He said, I'm moving the money into my own personal Charles Schwab account. And then I plan on moving it back out after it makes some money. And I said, Matt, do you realize that if you make one nickel on this money, it's embezzlement. It's a federal offense. It's embezzlement. And, I don't know if the guy's just a great con artist or what, but he didn't know that. Of course, he also did not know that he was supposed to send his vendors 1099s and had never sent a vendor a 1099 in the 7.5 years in business.
Rick,
and they'll send you to jail for that too.
Rick,
Yeah.
He knew it. He didn't care.
Yeah, he didn't care.
It was
So,
money in his bank. He
well,
didn't care.
I can go a little bit further if you want to know. I can go just a little bit further. I said I would never repeat this, but he hasn't really done a whole lot for me. We had a savings account, and he would never let me look into the savings account, the individual transactions. He totally blocked me. By doing that one thing, I could never, ever, ever balance his books. Never. Because I didn't have access to every single account, every single transaction.
So what's the point, right? Yeah.
Right.
How can your account for your book?
We didn't have one.
Can't account for all of your.
We didn't have one, and I found that out. He gave me the number to a CPA. Said, you can call this CPA anytime you want. I said, okay, great. I called, and I called, and I emailed, and I called, and I got no answer. Well,
of course, because that second CPA was a fucking ghost number.
Oh, sure. But what he was doing is he had gotten, okay, guys, I know this is an open chat, and NSA's probably listened to me, and freaking IRS is too, but I'm just going to tell you.
No, they're not. I hate to say it. This is Otto's channel.
I
same as if it was my channel, or
I journaled all this. I wrote all of this down, and I have it on an encrypted flash drive. Just so the fact that if he ever gets caught and I have to go to court and do a deposition, I have it all. No, I'm serious. I was dead serious.
I'm laughing because Ranger is reacting to the fact that what you're saying to Ranger seems like it's coming from
yeah.
Oh, okay, so what he was doing he took out a $1.5 million SBA loan. Now that's a government loan.
Yeah.
That's from the feds. That's from the government. He took out a $1.5 million loan. He gave me. I was doing accounting and accounts payable. He gave me $350,000 of that to drop in the bank to pay bills because we were so far behind. It was pathetic. And so I was able to get AP picked up. But then he moved the remaining 1.15 million to that savings account. Now, he and I were the only two people in the company that could send out ACHs, send and or set up receiving.
Yeah.
And
ACH is the automatic.
yeah,
credit.
it's clearinghouse type thing.
It's basically the ability of the bank to take money from the account.
Right.
I want to
and to send it
break that
instantaneous.
down for our listeners because not everybody has ACH history.
Right. So, so what he did was he moved this $1,150,000 over to this savings account. I knew it was there because I could see it. Well, I could indirectly see it because I wasn't allowed to see the checking account, but I could see the traces of the elements of the ACHs going out, and they were all in $235,000 increments. And I could see where they were going to.
You can see the transactions. You couldn't see.
I couldn't see the yeah. I couldn't see. I saw them all going to Charles Schwab. Let's put it that way. So I knew what was happening because I asked him one day. He goes, no, I can't let you see the savings account. And I'm like, I'm the accounting manager. I'm in the upper echelon of this company, and you will not allow me to see the. No, you can't see it. I said, okay. He goes, I will tell you what the balance is anytime you ask. You can call every day and ask the balance, but I won't show you what happens in the transactions. Oh, and so that's about the time it started getting really fishy. So I would called him one day. I said, hey, what's the balance in the investment or the savings account? It was like $200,000. I'm like, okay, there should have been a lot of interest in there too, and where'd the $1 million go? You know, I didn't actually ask him that question because I knew where it went. So to cover my ass, CYA, I started keeping a log.
Yep.
And because I did not want to be the sitting accountant when the IRS walked in the door. Because I was not going to share a white collar prison with this guy. A prison cell.
No.
Absolutely not. Right.
Guess what? He wasn't going to prison.
Oh no, he wasn't going to get caught.
He would have sent you to prison.
Oh sure, I would have been the guy that I. But anyways, that's why I started documenting everything. I documented it very well, and I have and I still have it. And this is just one of the things that he did, and this was highly, highly illegal. Then he asked me to.
It was a lot easier being a soldier. I could just shoot the people I was against.
He didn't directly ask me to cook the books, but he did it. He inferred it, and he inferred that my job depended on it. And so, in his books, let me start or say this: that his books had never been in balance, ever. 7.5, 8 years in business had never been in balance. And he was wanting to. I was showing on the books, I was showing like $1.2 million in the checking account, when the actual checking account only had like barely $10,000 on it in any given time. So what he wanted me to do was go in there and and change that 1.2 number to whatever the bank balance said. And I refused to do it.
Fuck no. Oh, you want me to change this to that?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
That was my. But here I've worked for the guy for now probably 7.5 months, and I knew what his plan was.
I remember this whole time period.
Yeah, you just
You and
don't.
I talked a few times during this time period.
Yeah, you just didn't hear the rest of the Paul Harvey version.
I specifically asked you to leave the Paul Harvey version out.
Yeah, to protect the innocent.
Yeah.
I didn't want to know the Paul Harvey version back then.
Well, you know it now. And I've been out of his employ for over 5 months now. So,
Rick,
I don't think. Yeah.
Rick, if I get diagnosed with cancer in the next couple of months, can I just come shoot him?
Can you just what?
Can I just come shoot him?
Yeah, sure. I don't care.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure the state of Texas.
This is a hypothetical, folks. This is not an arrangement.
I'm pretty sure the state of Texas hasn't put him in a jail cell.
Me too. I was so you can imagine. Okay, so I have this ethical problem, right? I have this ethical problem that really wasn't a problem to me, because I had very strong ethics, and I knew that if I went through with everything that he was wanting me to do, I would be going to jail, prison, federal prison. Not just
that's because everything he wanted you to do was illegal.
Was illegal. Agreed. So
it sounds like short of the threat of prison, ethically, you weren't going to go there anyways.
Well, he was an Army finance specialist. Even I know it was illegal.
Yeah. Well,
and all I did is cut fucking paycheck.
I've got to make good on this promise. Well, no.
Go ahead.
Okay. I told Ranger I would read his comments like a long time ago. But I don't want to cut your story short. I don't know.
No, you're not. You know the lion's share of it.
Yeah.
Now, and you don't know everything, but you know the lion's share, and that's fine with me. And I'm totally sober telling you this, so I'm not encumbered in any way. And so, anyways, since then I haven't been able to find a job.
Right, which is crazy with your credentials at that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not crazy in this economy, but at the same time.
It's because I'm 59 years old. I turned 59 in September. And all of the accounting firms, they want the young whippersnappers that are just now out of school. They don't have any positions for 59-year-old men or women. They don't want them. They don't want to support them because their working capacity is, I might be able to work 6 years and I'll be 65 years old. What they want is they want people that are eligible to sit, to have a master's degree and be able to sit for the CPA exam, and then thus hopefully keep that employee forever, for 30 years.
Get a lifer,
to continue on, become a partner, so on and so forth. I don't do that. I can't do that. I'm 59 years old. So I'm not getting hired because of my age. And age discrimination is illegal. But they get you by asking you the questions, do do you have a master's degree or working on a master's degree, and are you eligible to sit for a CPA exam? Those are qualifications that you have to have. So if you don't have them, there's no way you're going to get hired anyways. So that's all I have to say.
That's crazy, though. I mean, that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that ever that you had to encounter that.
Yeah. So I'm living off of what I had left in my 401k, and then my little bit left of unemployment, and that's it. That's all I have. That's all I have. I'm looking at probably getting a job working at a convenience store at $12 an hour now to be able to survive. And I'm not telling you this. Just I don't want you to pity me, or anything like that. I'm just telling you how things are now.
Right.
And that's my life story. I started doing bookkeeping when I was 21 years old. So, 21, that'd be 38 years.
Wow.
That I've
That's
been doing this. I finally got a degree in it, and then everything just ran off and left me.
That's man. I mean, I know at one point when you mentioned God, I'm trying to jog my own memory here. What I don't know, something you said made me think of word processor. And I know that's bizarre. And I don't know where it came from necessarily, but it's funny to me that I say word processor, and I bet younger people that might hear this would be like, what the hell's a word processor? And then there's my generation that would be like, yeah, okay, I remember word processors. And then there's the generation before me that are like, I was a word processor. Which, in my generation, if somebody said I was a word processor, we'd say, well, that can't be right. Word processor is a machine.
Word processor was a job.
It was a job. Yeah, exactly.
Sure, exactly.
That's interesting.
So,
I know that's totally an aside, and oh, yes, Rangers. Ranger did say, till last year, my family, stepdad, was a millionaire, but rough times, plus effing dipshit kid who's drug addicted, abuser, blah, 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 family issues. We lost everything. Went from a 3,000 square foot house to a 300 square foot bungalow. Though I'm technically living in a 5-star resort still, but still slowly, still slow and mentally dumb. This is the best of my life. I'm just a dipshit. Well, you're in good company, Lost Ranger. I'm a dipshit in spades.
Ranger, you are a king among dipshits.
Right? He says, I never knew my real father. Think he was in the military, just army. Oh, my dad would take issues with the just army. But yeah. But the dishonorable discharge in the late 70s. Who knows? He left when I was 2. Before I was 2.
All right.
Man.
If your real dad was a dishonorable discharge, fuck him.
Right. And under those conditions, we can call it just army.
I can't relate to that, but I'm sorry that happened to you guys. That's just
I'm
the way
sorry
I
it
am.
happened to you. I am sorry it happened to you.
I am too.
But fuck him. And this goes for everybody out there. If your dad wandered off after you were conceived, fuck him.
Right, I agree. I paid $55,000 in child support plus medical insurance for my first daughter. She's now 34, but I paid it every paycheck.
My father flirted with that. No joke. When my older brother was born, my dad left, and he did. He just left. He up and left. Got on a motorcycle, went out west. The war was over, and he wanted adventure. He didn't want to be bogged down with a wife and a kid. About 8 months into the pregnancy, he came back. Then I was born, and when I was 5, they divorced. And Dad really wasn't in my life. However, there was always the financial aspect. He always took care of us financially, and my mom did her best. Like I know, Rob,
The
you kind of
money's not
touched
the
on
issue,
this.
Otto.
It's the
It's the
time.
family.
Yeah, it's the time and the um and my mother, she struggled, but we never thought we were poor, you know?
Right.
Like Rob was kind of touching on, like, she put on a good show, and our needs were taken care of, and we thought we were doing well. And
Uh,
luckily in my case I was able to get a
in
relationship with my dad, especially
in
later
my
in life, and I
case,
admired the man ultimately.
in
Yes, go
my
ahead, Rob.
case, my neighborhood stepped up, and we had men in my neighborhood step up and say, "I'm going to be his dad." And they taught me woodworking, and they taught me
Mm-hmm.
how to play baseball, and they taught me all the things that dad would have taught me.
Right.
I
Yeah.
was a kid growing up in the 70s in suburban New York. You don't get that luxury. I'm sorry,
I grew up where I
you
was born.
you don't get
Same.
the luxury of being born where I was born. My mom worked 3 jobs to keep the house I was born in.
Yep. That's crazy. That's
That's yeah.
But while she was working those three jobs, she never once complained about putting an egg in my belly on Sunday.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that's wonderful.
I do too.
And
It's
and that's what is important.
Sure.
It isn't what you have around you, it's what you're passing on.
Sure.
yeah, yeah. I
If
am
you
grateful that I ultimately got to spend time. I mean, I
if you
did
have
spend time with my dad, but
nothing
he didn't live
and
with
you
us.
have no one to pass it on to, who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Well, true.
True. Ranger says
It,
Channel Seymour last year. Sirmore? You lost me with that one. Apologies. Um, Ranger
That
also says,
appeared to happen before I came back because most of this is before I came back.
"Oh, okay, sorry. I see." He says, "No, I know nothing about my real father, and yeah, he's my father, not my dad." Yeah, he's somewhere
There's a
in
difference.
Missouri now.
There's a difference between a father and a dad. I agree with that.
Yeah, he's somewhere in Missouri now. I have 3 girls, my half sisters, technically. Yeah, but f them. I contacted him once, and I was in high school, and he disappeared again. So f him again. And I'm his only son. Man, that's something that makes me count my blessings. As much as
well,
my
sure.
dad
I,
flirted
I'll,
with the
I,
idea,
I will
Lucy.
tell you. I will tell you this. I understand that there's not a lot of us watching right now.
Yeah, we are wrapping up here soon. I might add, just because it's almost
My
4
dad
or 3 in the morning.
reached out to everybody in the family when he was dying.
Uh,
My dad left when I was 7 years old. I'm the youngest of 6 kids that lived, 7 in total.
so, did anybody respond to his attempts?
I was the only child who responded to his attempt to find somebody when he was dying.
Did you get anything out of that? I don't mean
No, I didn't.
monetarily or anything. I just mean like,
I didn't get anything out of it.
mm,
You know what I got? I called the hospice he was at. And I said, "Hi, it's Rob." And he said, "Who?" I said, "Robert." He said, who? I said, Robert Patrick. He said, who?
Huh.
I said, Robert Patrick, your youngest fucking son.
Yeah.
And
I called to find out why you're trying to reach us all. Because no one wants to talk to you. And he told me why. He was sick. He had cancer. He was dying. And I told him, you know what? I'm sorry you're in pain. That man walked out of my life when I was 7 years old.
Hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Literally 1 week after he took me to the opening day of Star Wars.
Huh.
That's
I mean, this was the last thing I remember of him was him leaving the house on a Sunday morning telling me he was going to church.
Sorry to hear that.
yeah. That's yeah. I'm
He took
sorry
off
to
with
hear
his
that too.
girlfriend after emptying the bank account.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I have no sympathy for the man.
Don't blame you.
No, me neither.
And my mother worked very hard to keep me from not having sympathy for that.
That's
When-
interesting.
When my mother found out that he was gone and that he emptied the bank account,
He could have left some money.
she told me and my closest in age brother, we think the mafia killed your dad
Jesus.
to avoid paying a college football ticket. Because my dad used to bet on the games.
Yeah.
Huh.
And it was reasonable to believe my dad could have bet to win on the games randomly. My dad knew more about football than I did. Obviously, I mean, I was a kid. I was 7 going on 8.
Ranger says, "Sorry,
She-
Chet." Sorry.
She created that lie for me and my brother, who was just 2 years older than me. So we wouldn't have to deal with. Dad ran away with his girlfriend and he emptied the bank account.
Right. Seems like it would be designed to prevent resentment and
The problem with that
self-doubt
lie
and all that.
was we had to find out about it later.
Yeah, one of the hardest parts.
She certainly had the
a
best
pro-
intentions there.
She had the best intention. She wanted us to not hate Dad.
Right.
Sure.
Ranger
But
says,
she never admitted it until after she was dead. And the rest of the family had to come through and say, hey, wait a minute. You didn't know the whole story. So then we had to think about Mom as the liar. Mom lied to save our feelings.
right.
I understand that now as
a parent, I'm sure you understand that.
Right.
I have three kids of my own.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Nixon's done.
I understand that entirely.
Yep.
But I had to deal with that as a young adult before I had kids.
Right. Sure.
That was tough.
Oh yeah.
I can't imagine.
Especially considering what I knew of my mom. My mom was president of the Rosary Society. She was the authority. I never doubted her. Because she always had the answer. Now, granted, I was raised Catholic. That could be a mistake for some of our listeners.
Well, you know, it is what it is. I don't get into people's religion.
Yeah, I wouldn't disparage.
I think religion is what it is nowadays.
Sure.
I'm no longer. I don't consider myself Christian. I was raised Christian. I saw the corruption in the Catholic Church. I acknowledge a higher power. I consider myself pagan. By the Catholic standard, I consider myself pagan. There's still a part of me that equate.
Yeah.
If you look at the Old Testament, we look at these angels. They had dominion over certain aspects of the world.
Yep.
If you look at pagan religions, gods had dominion over certain aspects of the world. Is it irreverent to equate those archangels with the gods that had dominion over the same areas, the world? It is if you only subscribe to a Christian theology. If you subscribe
I'm a Catholic. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Otto and I were
Practicing
both
Catholic.
raised Catholic. Otto remained Catholic. I am no longer Catholic. Otto and I have had many discussions about theology.
And we now we've talked politics and religion. And so we
and I believe that I am not out of my wheelhouse by saying that Otto and I agree on most of our discussions.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I'm sure there's things we disagree on. You don't dwell on those.
There are things we disagree on a mundane basis, but on a superior basis, we both believe in a higher power.
Agreed.
And we both believe in a higher power that dictates our interaction with the world around us.
Mm-hmm. I've always told people, call it God, call it Allah, call it nature, call it fate, whatever you find that's no business of mine. And
what you call it is not relevant to what it is. Is that an accurate?
Right. That's yeah. That is what I would say is that
for
no, I agree.
our language, is that an accurate way of saying it?
I think so. Yeah.
I'll just throw out there that I don't believe in organized religion.
Sure. I understand that.
I believe religion is a tool created by man for the control of man.
Well,
all religion is created by man for the control of man. That's
I think
my belief.
Yeah.
I think there is a higher power.
Well, I do too. There's too many things that have happened in my life from growing up and starting to raise kids when I was way young to actually raise kids, that where we would get to the point where we had absolutely no money and we had bills that were due, and then all of a sudden a check would end up in the mail, come in the mail from some arbitrary source that, hey, notice that you had this outstanding, we decided to refund it. And it came at the absolute right time.
Yeah. That's relatable.
That's happened to me many, many, many times in raising kids.
Well, in my personal experience, being a quote unquote grounded soldier, there's too many times where incoming fire did not directly impinge me.
Agreed. I can understand that completely. I've never told anybody this, but Di and I would have conversations about this stuff. And she was an ordained minister.
Yeah.
You guys knew that, right?
Yeah.
Yep. She had the ability to do, preach, do funerals, do
marriages.
She and I talked about that a lot. I'm an ordained reverend.
And I am too.
Huh.
I am too. From about the same place that she is.
She and I talked about that a lot because we were actually talking about whether or not my daughter. Hey, oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've been up since 2 a.m. So my yawning is not an indicator of company.
If you'll allow me to interject, like
Sure.
I would love to carry on this conversation a little longer post stream, if that's okay. I'd like to catch up on chat and wish Ranger a good evening and bring this to a close because Lord knows we've gone way beyond the scope of politics. I don't think
Yeah.
I've. In fact, let me check real quick. But luckily, nothing has changed. Well, it's not luckily because I am a partisan, but 46 Democrat Senate seats, 47 GOP Senate seats. There's only 5 more up for grabs. I know the math doesn't seem to add up, but you got to understand, like there's 2 seats
the
that
math
aren't.
isn't good. The math isn't going to change tonight.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Nobody thought
And
it was going to.
and 2 seats are occupied by non party affiliates. Well, third parties, I
2
should
of
say.
them are independent.
Ranger says, sorry, chat disconnected. Could listen, but it was only taking every other input. But yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. God, Ranger, forgive me for being so behind on chat because I don't know if you're sorry to hear one thing or the other at this point. But sorry, man. It's late. I'm hardly as attentive as I should be. But back to the channel. Seymour Common, when you all saying your times in the military, I listened to this guy in VR chat video titled "Guy in VR Talks About Their Worst Days as a Soldier." That sounds familiar. Anyhow, was he a Vietnam vet? But you don't have to answer that. But he says, "I'm sorry, Rob. Yeah, I had similar stories, but I was young at the time." Sounds like Rob was young too. We moved. We were all young. I guess that's the fact. But when that happened, we moved all over the country when I was young. Believe it or not, we were all young at one point. Technically homeless at the time. Wow. My mom raised me and my sister on her own. We traveled with a carnival at the time and lived in a tent under the freeway. That is amazing. Midnight here, just for your information. So only imagine the time for you all. It's all good. It's a little after 3 here. I don't have to work tomorrow though. I was raised Christian, but a bit Catholic. I'm more spiritual, earthbound. In high school, I was into Wiccanry, but I believe in one high power overall. Yeah, you guys talk. Don't worry about me. Oh God, I don't mean to give off that impression. I'm definitely winding down personally. I'm the only person left in chat. I think that might be right.
I think Ranger is the only person.
Yeah. Well, Ranger, I hope you enjoy this presentation we brought to you this evening. No, there were others here, and I appreciate everybody that took the time.
I certainly appreciate everybody. Slacker.
Yes, yeah. I'm gonna try to
Everybody
go.
who's been here.
Judah, Slacker, Denise, and people that were here talking earlier. Tex, Caspa, Zool, and I know there's people I missed, but please don't take that as an indication of my feelings towards you. I appreciate everybody that stopped by, even the lurkers. I'm a lurker myself quite often. He says the thumbnail to the VR guy is of Winnie the Pooh. He was using the Anakin Skywalker avatar. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. He also says, sorry for being gone, but I'll try to get Discord again this weekend. That's awesome, Ranger. I know that many in this community would be stoked to have you back.
Right.
I say many. I can't imagine anybody not being stoked to have you back.
Ranger, we'll all be happy to see you back.
Yes. But what is that, me saying many? Like, Ranger, I suspect that 67% of us will be glad you're back. It's those other assholes. Don't you worry about them, though. No.
Don't you worry about those 23%.
We'll take care of them.
They are assholes.
Right?
And we will take their assholes to the fire.
Oh, I'm so glad he said to the fire. I was wondering when you said we'll take their assholes where we were going. But yes. And Rick, thank you for being here. And Rob, thank you.
No problem.
What, do you think I wasn't Irish enough?
You were very Irish right there. That's for sure.
Come on.
I
was born of an Irish Catholic. You think I didn't have that?
At this point, my channel goes back to a non-political entity because it keeps me safe and keeps me from alienating people or,
right,
going.
right.
So
this is what saves you.
Yep. In a way, it does. I know I don't want to come off as preachy or anything like that. I already.
YouTube gods, please remember Otto is a neutral person. He only wants to espouse all viewpoints so that we can move forward with the best solution.
That is so true. I'm also a
Why
registered
is it I
Republican.
almost vomited?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. All that is true, and I'm also a registered Republican, and I vote Republican typically. But that'll be the end of that. Hey, folks, if you like this, if you subscribe to this sort of thing, do that. And I hope to talk to you again soon. Thanks again. Have a great night, Ranger. Appreciate you.
Rob, are you still there?
I'm still here.